Well, welcome everybody to the Existentialist Society in Melbourne, Australia. Existentialism is an umbrella term covering diverse and often conflicting schools of thought. Consequently, we are not agreed on who or what is an existentialist. We simply agree to disagree. So I'm David Miller. I'm the Secretary of the Existentialist Society, and our guest speaker today is Allan, and his topic is morals, metaphysics, and naturalism. Les, over to you.
Oh, thanks, David. So it's good to see everyone. For those who don't know me, I'll just say a little by way of introduction. I live in Melbourne with my long-term partner, and we've got a couple of dogs. I'm retired now. I've been retired for a few years. I did go to La Trobe University. I was studying philosophy and history. I was involved with the Humanist Victoria in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Then got busy with my career. In the last few years, joined Humanist Australia, which started in 2020. I sit on the board. I did start in 2018 the Ex-Religious Support Network, Australia-wide network here in Australia. I've since handed that over to two other capable people. And also with Akiva, I run Philosophy Matters, and I'm sure many of you here are already members of that meetup group. So that's a little about me. So shall I start the talk,
Yes, go ahead.
David? All right, let me share my screen. I will say I think you're only going to allow questions when I get to the very end. David, I think that's your normal protocol.
Is that
Um,
okay?
yeah, sure. What I will ask is, um, I really want to focus on the questions that directly relate to today's talk before we go off onto other more general areas to do with ethics or anything else. So if I can ask those specific questions first before we veer off. I am planning on speaking for, I think, around about 45, 50 minutes. So let me share my slides. Oh, hang on. First, I find I've got to go into presentation mode. Oh, I am in presentation mode. That's good. Because I find if I don't go into presentation mode first, it won't share properly. So just let me find the right window, share. Hopefully everyone can see my slides. I can see some
Yes,
of you. All
great.
right. So welcome everyone. Today's talk, morals, metaphysics, and naturalism. This is based on a couple of essays I just wrote earlier this year because I was thinking more about grounding what morality is about in a naturalistic scheme. So let me find out how to progress the slides. First thing I need to say, oh no, I'll say that later, where you can get the two essays and download the slides. I'll say that after I say what this talk is about today. So my objectives today with this talk is to show three things. One is that metaphysicians, and I'll explain in a moment who I'm capturing in that description, metaphysicians overcomplicate the nature of morality, where morality comes from, what is morality fundamentally about. They unnecessarily overcomplicate the story. And number two, this talk will be giving one argument, only one among many, for why I think morality has a natural origin. So it's a naturalist account as opposed to a supernaturalist account of morality. Then number three, allied with that, is to show that our moral obligations, the oughtness of moral obligations, are completely natural. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to draw on an analogy between traffic laws and moral laws. And the conclusion I want to get to is that if naturalism, a natural way of looking at the universe and humankind, explains traffic laws adequately, then it equally explains the origin, purpose of morality. So that's the aim. Now, let me just put in the chat, if I can get to the chat. I think now I might have to do it later because I can't get to the, oh, here it is up here. Sorry. I'm going to put in the chat if I can go over to my text file and where you can get the materials. Yes, let me copy them materials and I'll say a little about them. Right, I've just put that in the chat. Hopefully you can see it. So today's talk is based on two essays, as I said, I just wrote recently. One is called Morals, Metaphysics and Naturalism. You can get that from the ethics section of my rationalrealm.com website. The other essay is a little bit more technical and is taking the analogy in the opposite direction. And it's called Is Morality Natural or Supernatural? As I said, a little bit more technical, not that much more and includes some things that I don't include in the other essay. So they're somewhat different. The third thing I've got there is the link where you can download today's slides. Okay, so the outline of today's talk. I'll start by saying what I see as the problem with a metaphysical approach to explaining what morality is and where it comes from. And then I'll go on to explaining what I see as the 5 key similarities between traffic laws and moral laws. This is the argument from analogy. And I will be then showing how the two systems, the traffic law system and the moral law system, we can take a systems approach to it because both of them are systems that incorporate at least 3 dimensions. One is the overall good consequences of the system, our feeling that we have a duty to obey the rules in the system, and how in each of the two systems we think that good character or virtue is an important part. The next bit, the traffic lights of life metaphor, I am going to skip over, but you can read that in the essay Morals, Metaphysics and Naturalism. And the last thing, I'm not going to go through the response to 3 objections that I cover in my essay. I'm just going to refer to them and we can discuss those more when we get to question time, because I don't want to talk too long. So when I say the metaphysical approach to explaining morality is overcomplicated, what kind of metaphysical systems am I talking about? Well, here's some examples, maybe some of the more prominent examples. One is process philosophy that says that the universe is unfolding. There's an evolution to the universe. And part of that is evolving to a more heightened moral schema, and human beings are part of that evolution of the universe. The other one is perennial philosophy, appealing to the mystical one and trying to derive a moral foundation from that, especially about the oneness of all sentient life. The third one is the absolute in Hegel's idealism. I see similar to, I'm not an expert in any of these, but I see it as similar to process philosophy. So in Hegel's view, the universe is once again evolving and humankind is evolving through thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis, and then the next is an iterative unfolding of human evolution and realization. Another one is Plato's forms, where he says that our mundane reality is not the real reality. The real reality is the world of forms, and the good and justice are forms in that world of forms. That's another one I think is not doing any work. Another one which you'll be more familiar with is divine command theory. Moral laws are just injunctions, commands by some divine figure, such as God. And there's a variation on that where what's fundamental is not actually the commands of God. The commands of God emanate from God's moral nature. So grounding morality in God's nature. So they're the kinds of views that I'm criticizing today and saying that they don't do any real work in explaining and understanding what morality is about. So, what is this problem with the metaphysical approach? There's three, and first it's counterintuitive. The metaphysicians in each of the schools have to do a fair amount of arguing, persuading us to their particular metaphysical approach. So here's the first problem. That some of them have quite idiosyncratic moral rules, like you can't work on a Saturday or a Sunday, keeping the Sabbath. Some quite idiosyncratic dietary rules. You can't eat this kind of food or eat that kind of food. Um, uh, 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 Unusual rules about property, like the confiscation of private property. Um, some have quite strange rules about sexual relations and abstinence before marriage. Others about banning particular kinds of pleasurable pursuits like music. So quite idiosyncratic. So they've got a real job on their hand to convince us first of their metaphysical scheme so we can buy into their idiosyncratic moral rules. Problem one. Problem two is even when it comes to the what we call the common sense moral rules, like do not kill, do not lie, do not steal, be charitable to the poor. The idea from them is if we don't buy into their metaphysics, we don't have a real reason to abide by even these common sense moral rules. So there's a real hurdle they are putting in front of us that we've got to jump over. And the upshot of that is that it encourages nihilism for people who don't who leave a particular religion or leave a particular metaphysical scheme or don't buy it in the first place. So, I was saying I ran the ex-religious support network, and this was a thing that I found time after time. People giving up their religion first go through a stage of nihilism because they grounded their morality in this existing metaphysical being. When that goes, poof, vanishes, so do the moral strictures, so do the moral commands go as well. And they become actually quite distraught. And some of them, take on drinking and drugs for a time. And this is the problem. If you put up this metaphysical barrier for people to agree to even the common sense moral rules, once you take that scaffolding away, you're sending people into this moral abyss. And I see that as the first problem. So with a naturalistic explanation, there is no such barrier. It's grounded in just our humanity, us having a common feature of just being human beings living in the common society. So they're the problems. Now, the metaphysicians say, yeah, but a naturalistic explanation can't give us an adequate explanation of these two strange things about morality. And here are the two strange things they think that a naturalist view can't give an adequate answer for. One is that moral judgments seem to report objective facts. They seem to report objective facts, but they're not like ordinary facts. So, for example, if I say stealing is wrong, you could do some empirical research, some sociological research to find out whether that is a true statement or not. Stealing is common. But if I say stealing is wrong, there's no empirical research, factual research you could do to prove that stealing is wrong. So moral judgments seem to report facts, but they're not ordinary facts. Spooky, spooky thing number one. that the naturalist can't explain. Therefore, we've got to go to our supernatural or metaphysical explanation. The second thing that they point to is that moral judgments are categorical, they're unconditional, unlike other kinds of oughts. If um, I say to my daughter, if you want to pass the exam, you ought to study. Well, that ought only holds if she really wants to pass the exam. It's conditional, it's categorical. But moral judgments aren't like that. So if I say, if anyone says you ought not to torture babies, that's the case. Whatever your goals are, it's an unconditional. So there's the other spooky thing about morality they point to that they need this metaphysical or supernatural explanation for. And I think with this analogy with with road rules, road laws, I want to dispel this notion that these two supposedly spooky things are really spooky at the end of the day. So today's talk is just one argument for a naturalistic approach. It's putting forward an argument by analogy, and it goes like this. If our obligation to obey traffic laws has a natural explanation, and moral laws share all the key features, all the relevant features with traffic laws, then our obligation to obey moral laws also has a natural explanation. Now, the advantage of this way of looking at things is twofold. One is, then we don't need any obscure or spooky metaphysics to ground our moral obligations. Two, that morality is then grounded, as I was saying before, in our common humanity. We all recognize, A, that we're all equally human beings, and B, we all live together, we all need to live together in the one community, whether it's our local communities or the world community. We all recognize that. So if morality is just grounded in our common humanity, then that is a really big advantage. So this argument by an analogy, I'm going to point out what I see as the five key similar features between traffic laws and moral laws. And then I'm going to go through each one of these individually. So what are these five similarities in my argument by analogy? One is that both moral laws and traffic laws are normative. They give us a reason to act in certain ways. They obligate us to conform to either road rules or moral rules. Two, both of them didn't drop down, neither of them dropped down from heaven. Both road rules and moral rules are formulated by human beings. Their content is determined by human beings getting together and working this stuff out. Three, both of them, road rules and moral rules, are only enforced by human beings. This is a system of rewards and punishments that are delivered in human systems. Number four, that both of them have an end goal, and that is both serve a social purpose. And what is that purpose? It's to serve both our individual needs and our collective needs. And finally, both of them have what I call an optimal design, that there's a fact about which is the best set of road rules and which is the best set of moral rules. And we just ascertain that fact by which of the rules are fit for purpose. So these are the five similarities I'm going to go through now. So first one, both moral rules and road rules are normative. They are action guiding. They give us reasons for conforming to a particular rule. And what I want to argue here is that traffic laws and moral laws have the same structure, same semantic structure, same logical structure to their rules. So, for example, traffic rule, you ought to keep to the left. That's got the same kind of structure as you ought to keep promises. Traffic rule, you ought to obey the speed limit. Same structure to the moral rule, you ought to obey parents. Traffic law, you ought to stop at a red light. Same structure as you ought to stop cheating. Traffic law, you ought to give way to the right. Same structure as you ought to give to the poor. So we don't need any fancy metaphysics to explain the oughtness of traffic laws. And because moral laws are structured in the same kind of way as traffic laws, then by implication, by analogy, we don't need any spooky metaphysics to explain the oughtness, the normativity of moral laws. So the second similarity I want to point to is both moral laws and traffic laws are formulated only by human beings. In the case of traffic laws, more recent, we have the historical record of how traffic laws came about. We can see, anyone who's done a little bit of study, that they didn't fall down from heaven. They were generated by groups of human beings. So the first um, started to be formulated traffic laws, Highway Act of 1835 in England. In the United States, we've got the Vermont Statutes of 1912, further formulated in 1931 with the Highway Code. In Australia, we have our own Motor Car Act of 1909. China has its 1955 codified regulations. And then moving up to the international level, we've got the Vienna Convention on Road Traffic that provides the international standards for road laws, the United Nations standard. So no need for metaphysics there to explain how traffic laws came about. But we've got the same with moral laws. We've got the archaeological and the written evidence, the historical evidence to show how the moral laws came about. Now, I've just given some examples there. You know, the Egyptians' 42 laws of Mat, the Hittite code of the Nephilim, the Babylonian Code of the Hammurabi, the Jewish Law of Moses, more recently, the 1400s, Magna Carta, and then once again rolling up moral laws to a global perspective, the universal perspective. In 1948, countries got together to agree the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So going from local to the universal, in both cases, traffic laws and moral laws. So the key similarity here is that we don't need any spooky metaphysics to show the origin of moral laws. They both have a human origin. The third similarity is both of them are enforced not by gods or some superhuman realm, but by human beings. So in um, both cases have specific roles uh, uh, in the system. So in the traffic law system, particular roles like a traffic instructor to give you your license. Then we've got the traffic infringement officer, the traffic police officer, and so on. And each of those roles then gives out particular rewards and penalties. So the penalties for abrogating a traffic law, you could get a fine or demerit points. You could even lose your license. Rewards include discounts. If you've been particularly good, you can get a discount the next time you register your vehicle. So no spooky metaphysics there to understand how the system hangs together and is perpetuated. And it's the same with moral laws. We have people holding different roles within the moral law system. We have parents who have the role of inculcating moral conscience, moral laws in children. We have teachers who have the role of bringing up the next generation of moral citizens. We have community leaders and religious leaders being role models. And each of these divvy out particular rewards and penalties for obeying or disobeying the moral laws. At the most general, in terms of rewards and penalties, is just our ordinary day-to-day praising and blaming of people. You ought to have given to that charity. I might reprimand a friend of mine. Then there's the more formal ones like bravery medals, like commendations. Here in Australia, we've got the Order of Australia for being going against the moral rule, killing, stealing. We imprison people, fine people. So once again, how the moral law system hangs together with particular roles and is perpetuated through a system of rewards and penalties is exactly similar. Exactly the same as what happens in the traffic law system. And with traffic laws, we don't need any spooky metaphysics to explain it. And I'm saying, same with the moral law system, we don't need any spooky metaphysics to explain that either. The fourth similarity is that both systems, the traffic law system and the moral law system, both of them serve a social function. And with the traffic laws, how did traffic laws come about initially? Because more and more cars appeared on the road, and local groups were finding there were more frequent accidents on the roads. So traffic laws initially started off not as codified legal rules, they started off as guidelines in local gazettes. Um, and so the reasoning behind that, why, was for two purposes. One is that these um, mores and then more formal rules, one, it was to secure the safety for all road users. And that gives rise to restrictions like no speeding and having to get a license. You have to be trained to be a driver. And the second goal was to ensure efficiency and comfort in getting from A to B. And that gives rise to particular road rules about the whole system of traffic lights and how to obey traffic lights and also give way rules and signs as well. And that's exactly the same with moral rules. Now, moral rules started actually, the word moral comes from the Roman word more, meaning custom. So moral laws started off not as codified legal laws, but started off as customs within local communities. And they arose because as societies got bigger and bigger, there was more opportunity for antisocial behavior. So these customs developed once again for two key purposes. One was to secure the safety for all the members in that society. And that gave rise to moral rules like do not kill, do not harm another individual. And the second goal was for promoting trust between community members so that they could coordinate their behaviours for mutually beneficial aims like building roads, building hospitals, building communication networks. And that gave rise to another kind of moral rule. For example, like do not lie and keep your promises. So both the traffic laws and moral laws, both of them have a social, what we call a social warrant. They have a social purpose. And just like we don't need any of this spooky metaphysics to see that with traffic laws, I'm saying, well, just as easily we don't need to see that for how what keeps moral laws in place. Why do we have moral laws in the first place? No spooky metaphysics required. The final similarity I want to point to is both of them are kind of like grounded in facts. Um, Both of them we can say there's an optimal set of road rules and an optimal set of moral rules. And we argue using reason what is that optimal set. So the religious people, the metaphysicians, are exactly right when they say that moral rules are not just subjective preferences. Moral rules are not just up to individual whim. They are exactly right with that. So they're right. They're grounded in facts, but they situate the facts in the wrong place. They think that these objective facts we need to appeal to are in some kind of spooky metaphysical realm or divine realm. No. And here, let's look at traffic laws. We argue objectively. We argue with reasons for what are the most appropriate speed limits. What are the most appropriate give way rules? What's a most appropriate minimum age to get a license? We use reason and bring to bear facts for arguing and then settling and agreeing on these things. Now, in some cases, there may be more than one optimal law. For example, it's quite arbitrary whether everyone drives on the left or everyone drives on the right. Some countries you're required to drive on the left, other countries you're required to drive on the right. So that's an arbitrary aspect of a particular road law. But we still have good objective reasons for deciding and enforcing one or the other. So even though there's some arbitrariness with some of the laws, that doesn't mean we need to appeal to some metaphysical realm. We don't do that with traffic laws. We can see where the arbitrariness comes from, and we could see at the end of the day, we still need to agree on one or the other, and we get together and work that out. Well, it's exactly the same with moral laws. With these, difficult questions, like with speed limits, should the speed limit be 40 or 45 or 50 or 60 kilometers an hour? Difficult question. Um, um, but we bring to bear reasons for which one to choose. Same with moral laws. When is it just to go to war? When is it excusable to kill another innocent human being? What is a fair taxation law? These are difficult questions, but we bring reasons to bear. We bring facts to bear to decide these difficult questions. And there is some arbitrariness in some of these answers as well, just like with the road laws, drive on the left or drive on the right. With moral laws, in some cases, there's some arbitrariness. Like, for example, in my essay, I've got the example of who ought to care for the aged. Should it be the children of the aged, or should it be the state? And that does vary from society to society. So societies that put greater value on respect for elders, they put more of an moral obligation on the children. For other societies that say have got a more advanced social welfare system, they could put more of the weight on the state to ensure the welfare of the aged. So, yes, some arbitrariness built in the system, but in each of those societies, the people in those societies bring to bear reasons and facts, which is the best for their particular situation. So these two aspects, the arbitrariness and the fact that we bring to bear reasons and objective facts in deciding which is the best rule. Once again, there's no reason for there's no work for metaphysicians to do. We don't need to appeal to some spooky metaphysical or divine realm to see how facts and reasons are brought to bear in moral laws. And we have traffic laws, as I'm arguing here, as an example. The other key similarity I want to point to here between moral systems and road rule systems is exactly that. They are both systems. We focus a lot on moral rules and the deontologists, the people who focus on obligations to act in accordance with particular rules, in accord with particular rules. They focus a lot on the rule, which is the right rule. But rules is only one aspect of the whole composite system. So in both the road rule system and the moral law system, we've got these interlocking gears, these three components that work together to give us the road rule system, and in the other case, the moral rule system. And those are um, the obligation to act in accordance with certain rules, duty. And we've looked at consequences, how the complete system has beneficial consequences. So that's one lens we can look through. What are the benefits of having a road rule system to begin with, and the moral rule system? And the final component is the virtue component, which the virtue ethicists, like the Stoics, focus on. The importance of good character. All of these are essential elements of both the road rule system and the moral rule system. And so that's another analogy that I'm pointing to here. Once again, the way they are both systems and that they have the same components in the system is another reason for thinking we can understand all of that with the road rule system. Don't need any spooky metaphysics in the same way we don't need any spooky metaphysics to recognize the moral system as this interlocking system of three components. So I do want to say a little about each one of these components to draw out this analogy a little bit more. So the first dimension is consequences, the benefits, the goals. So what are the benefits? What are the good consequences for each of these systems? So for traffic laws, the reason why we have the traffic law system in the first place, the overall guiding reason is so that we can arrive at our destination as quickly and efficiently as possible while preserving the safety of all road users. So two key objectives: ensure the safety of all road users, that's drivers, passengers, and pedestrians. And second objective, ensure efficiency and comfort in getting from A to B. So those two goals, those two overarching objectives give us a reason, a motivation to obey the traffic laws. And I'm saying here, it's exactly the same with moral laws. What's the overarching purpose? What's the overarching goal for having a moral law system in the first place? Well, it's so that we can live within our social group safely and productively while allowing the same for other members of the group. So once again, like traffic law system, two overarching goals. One is to guarantee or to at least make more probable the safety and security of each of the members of the society, and two, to provide the framework so that each of us can flourish, so each of us can lead the best life that we can. And with those two overarching goals, again, it gives each of us a reason, a motivation to obey the moral laws. So just as we don't need any spooky metaphysics to explain the overarching, what we call the social warrant, the overarching reason for why we have the traffic law system, no gods, no spooky metaphysics needed. In exactly the same way, we don't need any gods or divine realm to explain the overarching reason why we have the moral law system. So that's the first dimension. The second dimension is that of duty, obeying rules. And duty tells us that we have an obligation to obey the rule in spite of the consequences. Even though it might not be the best for me, it's still the right thing to do. So we have this sense of duty in obeying the traffic laws. We have this sense that we need to act in accordance with the laws traffic laws because it's the right thing to do, and not always giving us the best results in every circumstance. I'll give you a couple of examples. We think that it's the right thing to do is stop at a red traffic light, even when there are no other cars or pedestrians are around, like it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We still think it's right to stop at the red traffic light. Same at 3 o'clock in the morning when there are no other cars or pedestrians around, we think it's not right to break the speed limit. And why is that? Because if we leave it up to the discretion of each driver when to stop at a red traffic light and when to speed or not speed according to their own lights in the moment, we know that we are all fallible. We know that we are all biased. We have biased judgments. If we leave when to obey and when to break a rule up to individual discretion, uh, people are going to make mistakes. People are going to be hurt. People are going to be killed. That's why I've got there the benefit of the traffic system depends on drivers not making these case-by-case determinations of advantage in each case. So that's what we call the deontological aspect of obeying rules, the duty aspect. Well, here's my analogy. It's exactly the same with moral laws. Just as we have the deontological aspect of traffic laws, we can see there's a natural explanation for that. We have this exactly the same natural explanation for this deontological duty aspect of moral laws. And I'll just give you one example, which is in the literature. We have a rule that, say, in wartime, um, uh, there's a rationing rule. There's a shortage of water, and everyone can only use, say, 50 litres of water a day, every household. But you think, oh, look, if I have a longer shower today, no one's going to know. I'm living on my own. No one's going to know. And, the sum total of happiness is not going to be appreciably brought down because I have a, 10-minute shower instead of a 5-minute shower. We all think that even though overall it's advantageous to break the ration in that case, we all think it's still morally wrong to break the ration. And why is that? Well, same with the traffic laws. If we leave it to each citizen's judgment when to break the ration and when not to break the ration, people will make bad judgments. We're biased, we're fallible. More people will be breaking the ration. We're going to run low on water. So the same thing, the benefit of the morality system depends on people not making case-by-case determinations of when it's overall advantageous to break a moral rule and when not. So that's the analogy. No, in both cases, no spooky metaphysics or appeal to a divine realm required. The third dimension in my analogy is not going back to the first, we're going to the third dimension, is this notion of the importance of good character, of having virtuous characters, of acting virtuously. And you might think, look, there's no room for good character there is in moral laws, but there's no room for good character or virtue in traffic laws. Well, I want to put to you, there is. When you did your driver training to become a qualified licensed driver, you were taught part of the training is to teach you to start to think automatically, instinctively, so that every time you got in the car, it wouldn't be good if you had to think about, oh, now which side of the road am I driving on? The left or the right? Oh, I'm coming up to a red light. What am I supposed to do at a red light? Part of driver training is to inculcate in you um, uh, the virtues of a good driver. We actually use that term. He's a good driver or he's a bad driver. So we want people to stick to the right side of the road. We want people to stay under the speed limit without overthinking it. We want it to be natural. So here, the efficiency of the traffic system depends on drivers not overthinking each response, which side of the road to drive on. So that's the analogy that we can get from traffic laws that I'm highlighting is analogous with moral laws. In moral education, we do that, teaching our children to start to think habitually. Okay, you've made a promise. Now, don't overthink it, whether you're going to keep the promise with your friend. It's got to be an automatic response. You've made a promise. You've got a moral obligation now to keep the promise. Same with helping a friend in need. We want children not to overthink it, but to think automatically. So once again, the efficiency of the morality system depends on people not overthinking each response. So, virtues, good character is an important part of the moral system. We find it in the traffic law system. We don't need any spooky metaphysics or appeal to a divine realm to see why it's important, how it comes about in the traffic law system. Well, analogously, we don't need any spooky metaphysics or divine realm thinking to see how it plays a part in our moral law system. So with both systems, traffic law system, moral law system, both systems analogously have these three dimensions. And what I'm arguing here is that that they are reinforcing. Take out one element of that system, take out one of these gears, and the system will work nowhere near as effectively. So a well-functioning system needs the overall warrant, the overall reason for why we have the system in the first place, the consequences, what are the benefits for the participants. They need to inculcate. In people the desire to act in accordance with the rules from a sense of duty, and it needs to come naturally. We need to inculcate this good character so they're not overthinking it comes automatically. Um, so here, once we understand both systems, the road rule system and how it's analogous to the moral rule system, the metaphysicians are done out of a job. They have no work to do. There's no work for Hegel's absolute. There's no work for perennial philosophy's mystical one, how the universe is all one. There's no work for the theist God and its divine commands. There's no work for this Platonic realm of the Platonic good and justice and so on. They're all done out of a job. I won't talk about my traffic lights metaphor. You can read that in my essay of the same name, Morals, Metaphysics and Naturalism. So I'm going to skip over that. I'm not going to go into objections. We can deal with some of these. I just want to point to three objections that I do deal with in my essay on morals, metaphysics and naturalism. First objection is that moral laws um, are intuited with this special moral sense. And it goes that moral laws are obtained not by social agreement, as you're arguing, Les, but by using our special moral faculty for sensing non-natural features of the universe. Very popular with George Moore bringing in that view in the 1940s in the UK. The second objection, which I won't deal with, is that moral laws require a divine moral lawgiver. The third objection you can read in my response in my essay is that traffic laws vary from region to region, but moral laws are not like that. Moral laws are universal, and maybe we can get to that when we get into the Q&A, because I didn't want to talk longer. I didn't want to make this a long talk. So wrapping up what I tried to do today. First is presenting the problem that I think metaphysicians give us, that metaphysicians make it pretty much impossible to accept common sense morality because they've got this spooky, counterintuitive, grandiose, grand metaphysical or religious scheme that we've got to buy into even before we accept the common moral strictures like do not lie, do not kill. Secondly, I argued if our obligation to obey traffic laws is natural, then, by analogy, so it is with moral laws. Thirdly, that both traffic laws and moral laws have these exact same features. They're normative, they have an oughtness about them, they're formulated by human beings, they're enforced by human beings, and they serve an overall social purpose. And with both of them, we bring to bear reasons and facts for why we should instead have one kind of traffic law and one kind of moral law in a particular circumstance. Fourth, I pointed to how both the traffic law system and the moral law system are a natural composite reinforcing system. This is taking a systems perspective, with the elements of both of these systems being each of them have an overarching objective for why we have them in the first place. Both of them have a set of rules. Both of them have a set of duties that we have to obey these rules. And both of them place importance on good character, on virtue. I didn't talk today about traffic lights as a metaphor for our moral codes. You can read that in my essay. And then I only pointed to the three objections that I deal with in my essay. The objections from the moral sense intuitionists, who argue that we still have this special, non-natural moral sense where we intuit the moral laws from some divine or supernatural realm. Also dealing with the objection from those who say that moral laws are commands from above, from some divine entity. And the third objection is that my analogy fails because road rules vary from region to region, but moral rules are universal. So that's the end. If you download the slides, you'll get all the references. And there's my contact details. Just go to my website, rationalrealm.com. You can find me on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, Rational Realm. Just do a search on Rational Realm, or you can email me at admin@rationalrealm.com. And thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Les, for the presentation. Now, before we throw the meeting open to questions, comments, and discussion with Les, I have a couple of announcements. The first of which is that the next Existentialist Society lecture will take place on Saturday, the 5th of September. And Dr. Neville Book is speaking on spiral historiography from modernity to post-modernity to post-post-modernity. I'll read that again. His topic is spiral historiography from modernity to post-modernity to post-post-modernity. So that's in 1 month's time. The Existentialist Society has weekly Zoom events, and the best way of obtaining the topics and the links, the Zoom links for each event, is on the Existentialist Society's meetup page, and I've put the link to their meetup page in the chat. Now, for our questions, comments, and discussion session with Les, we'll use the raised hand method. And for those of you who don't know where the raised hand icon is, you'll find it in the React tab at the bottom of your screen. So, Howard, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thanks for that presentation, Les. I thought it was really good. It was very simple and clear, and also very respectful. I didn't think you patronised anyone or patronised anyone's belief. You just stated the nature of different belief systems. I also thought the point you made about good character was a really interesting one. The fact that you linked good character to the fact that it removes the need to rethink decisions all the time, because that's actually an important advantage which supernatural systems actually have. Well, it's just the nature of it. Supernatural systems actually have greater stability, in my opinion. They have greater stability and, in a way, certainty than our, the more humanistic ones, which can be seen as an advantage. It's also potentially a disadvantage, and it also explains the difference in appeal of the different systems to different people. Different people. Well, some people like to have more certainty, don't like to think too much about problems. That's not necessarily a criticism of them. That might be the nature of their personality or their emotional state or whatever. But it also does mean that you can actually take another step and say, well, I'm going to look at what outcomes each of these systems produces and decide for myself, regardless of my religious beliefs, whether the religious system produces a better outcome. For example, does the religious system diminish the level of homicide or problematic sexual behaviour or whatever? Does that produce a better outcome? You can look at statistics or whatever you want to do, but to me, it's still a valid way of approaching the issue. Although I do definitely personally agree with you on a humanistic level. I'm humanistic, so I would be advocating for the humanistic approach. Thanks, Les.
Yeah, thanks, Howard. I take your point, and that's what I would recommend the same as you. If you're religiously inclined, then look at the various religions and see which has the better moral system. Um, and to make that evaluation, you've got to have some criteria for what makes a good moral system. And I know all of the religions, because they're communal, all of the religions saying subscribing to my religion gives human beings the best outcome. Some in fact do have better outcomes than others. But if your criteria is what gives the best outcome for all human beings or all sentient creatures, and you're judging religious systems on that basis, then you can do that independently of the spooky metaphysics. Again, the spooky metaphysics then become completely redundant if you're judging on the basis of what's the best set of rules, set of moral rules for us living in society together. One thing I do hope we can talk a little bit about, because this is the Existentialist Society, that I did want to say something relating this talk to existentialism. So I can do it sooner or later. Maybe someone else will pick up on that point, and then we can talk a little about the relationship between what I said in the slides and how's that relevant to the philosophy of existentialism. Thanks, Howard.
Kerry, it's your turn.
Great. Thank you, Les. Just to make sure I understand kind of your program here and what you're doing, it sounds like what you're saying is, all right, we have a moral framework, and the foundation of that moral framework can be either religious or secular, but either one, can be perfectly justifiable. But in your model, the secular foundation or basis of a moral structure actually becomes the justification for it. It's kind of baked into the cake. And this is the part that I'm a little confused on, because to me, in the religious framework, just saying that God ordained this moral structure is not the justification, really. I mean, what God is God's the incentive, right? if somebody just said, God said we should do this, and then somebody said, well, what happens if we don't do it? And then they said, oh, nothing. Would people still do it? Right? And this is, I think, what's missing is the enforcement and the punishment side of things. Right? A lot of us will not follow laws without that because we think they're silly. Right? It's not just, well, it's rational that we do this, so everyone's going to follow in lockstep. I was just talking to somebody in the chat and I was saying, I mean, every time I get on a vehicle, I speed every single time. Right. So, I haven't killed anybody yet, including myself, but it's the, the nature of things. And then, where does the justification, I mean, are you gonna, how does that play into things? Because I didn't hear you talk at all about enforcement. And maybe this is the part that if God has ultimate power, if the state now has the role of enforcement and punishment, haven't you just elevated the state to the role of God?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, sure. Thanks for that, Kerry. So on the 2 points, the first point about motivation to behave, um, and I'm glad you said that because it really reinforces my strategy. We have a road law system, but we don't have a road law God. And we don't make up a road law God. We don't have holy books with the road laws and saying that the road laws have come down through some scripture or intuiting with the intuitionists or, people like Rousseau who thought we have a conscience that taps into God's will. Um, we don't have any of that for the road rules. So I'm saying if we don't need it for the road rules, then we don't also need it for the set of moral rules. And there are societies where there are growing numbers of their citizens as a proportion of the population that are doing away with the metaphysical motivation. And I'm thinking the Nordic countries, the countries of Western Europe, some of the countries in Asia like Australia and New Zealand. Here in Australia, we now have getting towards 50% of the population. It's even more now in New Zealand who are non-religious. And they are the more moral societies, in the world with higher rates of education, higher rates of more rights for women, lower rates of violence and murder, drug addiction. These are societies that have the higher proportion of non-religious people. So two things. One is we don't have the road law God. And as a matter of empirical fact, we don't need, just as we don't need the notion of a God or a supernatural realm for human beings to act empathetically towards their fellow citizens. The second point about haven't we now elevated the state to the role of God? I'm thinking not in democratic countries. And here's the difference with totalitarian countries. In totalitarian countries, you have the clique who determines the rules for the whole of society. But in democratic countries where you have representative government that represent the interests of all of the citizens, in one way, that is the state as well, but it's the state enacting the will, the informed will, not mob rule, but the informed will of the populace. So that kind of state-sanctioned set of moral rules, not only do I not have a problem with it, I think that's the ideal situation compared with totalitarian societies, atheistic totalitarian societies like early Russia, Stalinist Russia, and theocracies like Iran, like Saudi Arabia. That's not the kind of state I want to live in. It's not the kind of state I think many of us here would want to live in, because they're the states. And look, I won't. Yeah. So the notion of you've just elevated the state to the role of God. If it's the state that genuinely represents the informed will of the people, I say, yep, that's the kind of state-sanctioned uh, moral rules that we want. But in actual fact, if there is no God, if there is no divine realm, then in actual fact, that's how moral rules actually came about. I did allude to how the word moral comes from the Roman word more, social custom. Moral rules even came before maybe even Homo sapiens, maybe Neanderthals had moral rules, which was the social agreement among the community members not to take more than your share of the food, not to kill or harm citizens. So moral rules arose initially in this rudimentary way, just as a necessary precondition for us to live together in communities, which is what we all want, unless you're a hermit.
Thank you, Kerry. George, it's your turn.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I mean,
Yes.
spooky. It's spooky. Okay, this is interesting analysis. So if the ball is thrown and it bounces, right, and it goes down the stairs, is that spooky? Right? In your mindset, oh, it's spooky. It's spooky. The ball's just going, right? And so the question is not about, forgive me, the silliness about, oh, we just do this and we just do that. The question is, why do we accept moral rules? You know, you go to China and they talk about this one museum, they talk about how really almost all of a sudden people start organizing into a state, right? And building infrastructure and effectuating rules, right? It is spooky. It is spooky. How is it that we can communicate and talk, right? This is spooky, right? I mean, to just call it spooky and dismiss it, I mean, you're not telling us anything. I mean, quite frankly, it is, analytic philosophy, scientism. There's not an instance of analysis that you're giving us other than imposing ignorance on people, saying, oh, it's spooky if you appeal to metaphysics and the fact that it's a mystery why people adhere and they fight for morality, right? So, there's no level of analysis, no? Okay. You're not giving us any level of analysis. You're just using the word spooky. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, George. I'm sorry you were spooked by my use of the word spooky. You do ask a good question. Why do we act morally? Why did we aggregate in societies? And I thought, you know, much of my talk was trying to actually give an answer to that. So I'm looking at my slide um, where I talked about the three components of the moral law system, which are analogous to the road law system. One of those components is the consequences, the reason for why we have the moral system in the first place, which is your question of why. And I did answer that. Uh, and I did say that, like the traffic law system, one overarching reason for the moral law system is to guarantee our safety and security for the members of that society. And actually, they're some of the more fundamental rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So that I said that gives rise to rules like do not kill and do not harm.
But
So
you're not telling
guarantee.
us anything.
Hang on, George.
Okay.
George.
But
Hang on, George. Hang on, George. No, please. You asked me a question. At least allow me to answer it, and then you can come back. Um, uh, so safety, security, and the second reason is to allow human beings to flourish, to lead the best lives that they could, and that gives rise to moral rules that allow us to rely on each other and to coordinate our behaviors. So that gives the moral rules like do not lie, do not steal, and keep your promises. Abide by your the contracts you sign into. So yeah, I thought I did answer that question during the talk.
I mean, you could,
And it was
it
a
doesn't
fundamental
get
part
at,
of my, it was a fundamental part of my talk, the consequences. The consequences is one of the three key gears in that systems approach I was talking about, consequences.
I mean, all you're saying is it rains, and hence we we have we have agriculture,
Oh, you're breaking up,
right?
George. Sorry.
Okay, we
You're
understand the
breaking up.
benefit of these things. It still doesn't explain why. I mean, you will get people that will say you'll get people that will say, right, but why are they alone in that? Right? Why is it that people do intuitively gravitate towards rules even before they know the benefits? Right? Even before they know the benefits, they gravitate towards the rules.
Mm. And that's the purpose of moral education. Same with driver training. We want to
I don't know where are
inculcate.
you. This is a different gate.
Oh,
We
actually,
want
that was over here.
Yeah,
to.
this is where
A Dunham Gate. Okay.
waiting for you.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
and you said I'm lying.
no. I'm here. I'm so sorry, guys. All right, but I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you guys came out here. I couldn't. I was desperately looking for here.
This is number 2, right? Number 2.
Yes, that's me,
Okay,
brother.
bring your passport.
Oh, my God.
You come to the different.
No,
gate.
I was over there.
Yeah, this is okay.
I'm
George, can you mute so I can answer your question?
Go ahead, Les.
Why? Now, trying to remember now what I was going to say. You were asking, that's right. We are motivated even before we know the advantages. Well, that's the purpose of the moral education of our young. That's the purpose of inculcation of these virtues so that it becomes part of the character of our children. And we do the same with driver training as well. But see, the thing is, it's more visible with driver training. The process, the inculcation process is more visible with driver training because A, it's more recent in our life, and B, we're already adults, so we can understand the process. When we're children and these values are inculcated in us, we don't understand the process. So yeah, that's what we want. We want it to be automatic, and that, as I said, that's the purpose of moral education.
Good, thank you. John, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for a very clear talk there this afternoon, Les. Now, I've got an issue that you keep bringing up, that is spooky metaphysics. Obviously, metaphysics is involves meta beyond and physics, presumably the physical realm. So we're dealing with something more abstract. And I'm finding that, of course, when I'm dealing with the paganism in Christianity, they're both sort of metaphysical in that sense. And so you've got to deconstruct all that. So it's quite a job, really. But I want to bring up the fact that there's a scientific metaphysics, which hasn't been mentioned at all. And when you look at the Dewey categorizations of knowledge, under metaphysics, he has ontology, cosmology, space, time, change, structure, force and energy, number and quality. And that's in the middle of the philosophy, which deals with the philosophical schools and whatnot. Now, the metaphysics then has a very wide coverage. You've just mentioned spooky metaphysics. It certainly is one, but how seriously do you take the issue of metaphysics?
Yeah, my good friend Akiva, he pointed out to me when I last did this talk, he said, naturalism is a metaphysical system, which it is. And that's maybe why I talk about the spooky metaphysics, because, I subscribe to a metaphysics. It's called naturalism, that all there is natural stuff. There is no supernatural or supranatural. But I think here's the difference. the way I'm justifying our moral system, one way to look at it is it's metaphysically neutral. You could subscribe to what I'm saying about what justifies, what grounds our moral system, um, and that justification holds whether you're a theist or a deist or an atheist. Um, it doesn't really matter because all of these systems have one thing in common, that we're human beings, that we're social creatures, and that we want to live together peacefully and in a way which we can help each other as well. That's the common premise among all the metaphysical systems. So one way to think of it is that the way I'm justifying morality is it is metaphysically agnostic. And that takes the point that naturalism is a metaphysical view. And I suppose that's why I'm talking about this. What did I say at the start? I'm talking about the metaphysical groundings I don't accept are the spooky ones. So naturalism is a non-spooky metaphysic. So I'm providing an argument against the spooky kind of metaphysics that rely on some supernatural or supranatural or some other than ordinary worldly dimension.
Yeah, can I just bring up an interesting example? Over in America, the evangelical wing is arguing about infallibility and inerrancy of the Bible. They want absolute assurance. And then there was a church, the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, that had a resolution that they don't adopt the word natural. They only operate with supernatural. In other words, that allows them to take the whole Bible, all the miracles, everything just as it is, and not too worried about science. They'll put their creationism ahead of evolution and whatnot. But they actually, the church, the whole church synod then voted not to use the word natural, but only the word supernatural. Now that's where it's it's a very serious issue. Then if they're trying to influence society, and that's why there's so much fighting there between science and the religions. As I thought this whole area, there's a lot of confusion within it that needs to be clarified. So at least you're making a good start.
Thanks, John.
DLJ, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. This is my specialist subject. Okay, so before you started, I sketched out about 20 different points I'd expect to see in this analogy, and irritatingly, you got most of them. And in the next 4 hours or so, I'll elucidate. Not really. I'll pick them out one at a time, and I'll come round. A couple got covered already. Things like the totalitarian implementation versus libertarian implementation. So I might come back to that one later because there's more nuance. Here's what I'll pick the easy one first, right? For a policy, you want to have at least four, but four common factors, right? And you've definitely got two of them. So you had how it will be monitored or policed, right? So you had that enforcement element, so bravo. And then another one is the consequences of non-compliance. So you had rewards and penalties. So here's the two I didn't. Now, it could be that you said them and I just got distracted by some silliness in the chat. So apologies if you did. So the first one is scope. I think road systems have better scoping. So for example, driving while using a mobile phone. In Australia, the scope, I think, tell me if the rule has changed recently, but I think it's that if you're sitting at the side of the road, the car is, the engine is off, but your key is still in the ignition. It still counts as driving, and you can be arrested for driving while using a mobile phone.
Yeah.
Whereas in Malaysia, every other car drives while using a mobile phone, even though the law is also the same, but you have to be moving. So scoping is one, and I don't see the same scoping on the morality side. So I think actually the traffic laws have got one up on that one. So you might want to talk about that. But this is the one I think is more interesting because I didn't hear it at all. In a typical policy document, you would have exceptions. So to use the same analogy, people notice in Singapore, which also has the same law, don't drive while using mobile phone. And they do their own policing in Singapore, of course, where they don't do that in Malaysia. So what was happening is that the netizens, the citizens, were taking pictures of people driving using a mobile phone, and here's the ones that hit social media, when they saw the police driving while using a mobile phone. It went all the way to Parliament to make a decision about whether that is an actual allowable exception. So I want to hear about exceptions, right? So what's the equivalent on the morality side? Thank you.
Yeah, so I cover exceptions in my part of the talk about traffic lights and how
You didn't do.
no, but
Okay,
but I do cover exceptions there at the last part of it because and that's my traffic lights bit illustrates how moral laws have exceptions, and it's akin to traffic laws because with or traffic lights. So a lot of moral argumentation is exactly around exceptions, and the big one well, two big ones which I point to in my essay, you can read more about it in my essay, is exceptions on killing an innocent human being and exceptions on taking someone's property. So the example I have is there is an exception, an allowable exception for when it's morally allowable and even legally allowable to take someone's property. So a criminal is about to rob a bank and they're going in with their pistol or their shotgun. You're a bystander there. You can see them going in and you see that you can divest them of their firearm. Sure, you'll put at risk your safety somewhat. But here's the thing, you are morally and legally allowed to take that person's firearm, even if that person is legally allowed to own that firearm, you are still legally and morally permitted to take that firearm from them. So this is what's called an exculpating. Probably wouldn't even get to court because it's an exculpating circumstance. Same with killing as well. There are times when it's morally allowable to kill another human being, self-defense. A lot of work around self-defense, and so yes, our moral laws are not exceptionless. The other one's scope. Not sure whether So with scope, if I get this right, I'll give you an example. We have a moral law and a legal rule. Do not kill an innocent human being. Is a first trimester embryo in scope? Is a second trimester fetus in scope? So in moral law and in legal law, there's already there is a lot of argumentation about what is in scope and out of scope. Another example quickly
Can I just
apostates. Yeah.
It sounds to me like there's a distinction there between moral and legal, because you only need to go to that level of detail for when it becomes a legal issue. When it's kind of civilly accepted social contract kind of morality, that question doesn't arise. So are we making a transition between is there a distinction then between moral versus legal?
I'm bringing both just to illustrate that in both in law and arguments among moral philosophers, in both. So I'm not talking. I'm not alluding to what is the relationship between moral law and legal law. I'm not commenting on that. I'm just bringing in both just to show that there is a lot of argumentation in both areas, moral philosophy and philosophy of law. The other example is what counts as an innocent human being. So, we have a general moral law. It's wrong to do something bad to an innocent human being, but there's a lot of disputation about whether apostates count as an innocent human being. So can you deprive an apostate of their property, or of their job, or even of their life? So in moral disputation, that's another example of scope. Is an apostate an innocent human being?
Or
So
non-compliant.
two examples there.
So penalties for non-compliance. Okay, I've taken up enough time, so I'll give you this as a teaser. Next time round, I want to draw the distinction between standard versus framework. You use standard a lot, so this is compliance versus guidance. As an example, strict no parking rules versus the white lines that divide up 4 lanes of traffic, which is there for guidance, but not necessarily for compliance. So I'll come back to that next time. Thank you, Les. Oh, by the way,
Right.
Loved it. Surprisingly good.
Thanks, DLJ.
Philip, it's your turn.
Okay. I hope I'm audible.
Yep, I can hear you, Philip.
Okay, good. I'll just say, I'll make a statement and I'll make a question. Your idea of spooky metaphysics is what I understand it to be divine command metaphysics, divine command ethics. Divine command ethics is not philosophy. Just throw that away. if your ethics or metaphysics is grounded on God as a starting point, that's not philosophy. So no problem there. Just throw it away. Okay. But God can be used in metaphysics for me, as a conclusion. Okay. That's my statement. Now my question the question is, with metaphysics, don't you think Kant is your type? What is there to hope for? That's a nice grounding of morality. The third question of Immanuel Kant, for those not familiar, what is there to hope for? And that's his metaphysics. That seems nice. And won't that fit your idea of metaphysics?
Oh, sorry, I missed the connection between something to what have I got to hope for and what was the last bit, Philip?
Well, okay, what I'm going to bring out, the way you present it, I feel that you might be very comfortable with the metaphysics of Immanuel Kant.
Oh, man.
What is there to...
Sorry, go on, Philip.
Did you hear it?
I'm not a fan of Immanuel Kant because I don't think his rational ethics based on self-contradiction work. And also, secondly, probably maybe at least as big an objection I have to Kantian ethics is that I'm more with his interlocutor, Hume. So I go for a sentiments theory, and Kant was dead against Hume's sentiments theory. Kant thought that what is right has got nothing to do with empathizing with other human beings. And it's...
That's something I'm talking about the third question of Kant. What is there to hope for?
What is there to hope for? So, I mean, Kant thought there was an afterlife, and I don't think there is an afterlife. What have I got to hope for? I've got to hope for tomorrow. I've got to hope for next year. I've got to hope that I'm going to be here in a decade's time, and I've got to hope for the continuing good relationships with the people that I'm friends with and my family. I've got a lot of things to hope for, Philip.
No, but for Kant, what is there to hope for? He was talking about morality and ethics, the goodness and the virtue of, not virtue, the duty that we all do, and the categorical imperative. What is the meaning of all this? There has to be some sort of meaning because he refused to say that that is grounded on God. He refused to say that, like what you and I refuse to do. Morality cannot be grounded on God. But at the end of the day, the most we can do is to hope that there is meaning in the very act of me trying to do what is good. So as I listened to your presentation, I was wondering if the third question of Kant, what is there to hope for, meaning to say that there is meaning in our morality, would fit your what I would say, would fit your philosophy or fit your metaphysics. That would be your type. Not that there is a God, but it's just that
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I hope that this thing has meaning.
yeah, yeah. So if I'm hoping to get your question right, what meaning is there in my grounding of morality? Um, the meaning for me is that morality is our shared enterprise in working out how we can live together in a way that guarantees our safety and security. But more than that, it's how we can work out how we can live together in a way that helps each other live the best lives that we can for ourselves, for our family, for our friends, for our community. That's the meaning of morality for me. It's a shared human project on how to live together in a way where we can all flourish.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's basically answering my question.
No, thanks, Philip.
Stephen, your turn.
Uh, yes, Les, some of the questions for me are moral ideas, uh, basically subjective. Well, we have ideas about things. We have ideas about physics. The apple falls from the tree, and we say there's a the law of gravity. That's a description, but we say that's objective. But I can't see in any way that any form of moral system is anything but a subjective value. It might relate to objective circumstances, you might cover your private parts because they exist. That's a fact. But the drive behind it might be just purely ideal. This is a question of rationality. I mean, our rationales are based on primary rational posits, and those primary rational posits can be arbitrary. For example, one rational posit is Jews are bad. There was maybe Adolf and his friends. And another rational posit is no, Jews are okay. So Adolf and his friends think it's better off that we cleanse society of Jews because they're bad for society. And other people say, well, no, Jews are okay. They don't bother society. They provide some benefits. So this is a problem. There isn't a universal rational posit that's always there. We can actually alter these rationales. We can say Jews are bad, Jews boo, or Jews good, Jews hooray. So I'm wondering how you deal with the subjectivity. You seem to think that there's actually an objectivity where there's a subjectivity. Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Stephen. I do a talk on whether morality is objective or subjective. And if you think objectivity in ethics is about some facts in some supra-human domain, like objectivity in ethics is to do with some facts about the fabric of the universe or facts about the commands of some divine being. You're looking for objectivity, the objectivity of ethics in the wrong place. So I argue that objectivity in ethics is to do with impartiality in the same way we ask a judge to be impartial. So objectivity in ethics is about giving reasons that are not partial, giving reasons that don't appeal to my interests or the interests of my family or the interests of my in-group, that it's about giving reasons for a moral decision or judgment that are impartial, taking all things into consideration. So that's the first thing. And then straight away, that makes any judgment about discriminating against Jews because they are Jews, straight away that makes it immoral because it's not impartial in the sense that I think morality is impartial. And this view about impartiality is not just my view. In my talk, I talk about how this view of impartiality is common to all of the major moral theories. It's common to Kantianism, it's common to social contract theory, it's common to ideal observer theory, it's common to utilitarianism. So this view of impartiality is something that's common among all the major moral theories. Secondly, in my talk, I did say that we do think that there's something more than just subjective whims. When I say that torturing babies is wrong, we all agree that we're saying something more than just, I personally don't like torturing babies, and I personally don't like you torturing babies. And my whole talk was about how we ground those moral judgments. So one thing I said was we bring to bear reasons and facts to support a view that torturing babies is wrong. So one fact we bring to bear is that babies who are tortured suffered incredibly, and that's a reason for not torturing babies. So we all recognize that there's this cognitive element, there's this objective element to making a moral judgment that is not just an expression of a subjective, as you put it, arbitrary whim or personal preference. So much of my talk was about that, about grounding this objectivity in ethics. And that's where I think the analogy with road rules does a lot of work. We all recognize that it can't just be up to subjective whim whether the speed limit on this street should be 10 kilometers an hour or 100 kilometers an hour. We don't just leave it up to subjective whim. We bring to bear objective reasons that other reasoning citizens can listen to and respond to. We bring to bear facts that either support a 10 kilometer an hour limit or support a 100 kilometer an hour limit or something in between. We bring to bear facts and reasons that us as reasoning beings can engage in the conversation. And so much of my talk was about that, how it's not, just as road rules, determining road rules is not subjective and arbitrary, same with moral rules. That's the whole point of the analogy.
Okay, thank you, Liz.
Kerry, go ahead.
All right. The thing that's interesting about the term spooky, does that mean baseless? Because I mean, rights are fictions, right? We invent them out of whole cloth. Whether we say that it came from God, and whether that's a human construction, or whether it's like a societal agreement where we all shake hands, they're still invented. There's nothing there that you can cash in and take to the bank, absent this intersubjective handshake that we all have because we think that it's a lot better than the alternative. The thing is interesting. I like when you were talking about there's no holy book and there's no priests. Yet we have, look at the photographs of any lawyer's office, and you have a whole wall behind them of all the holy books where all the rules are written. And then when there's a dispute, you go into this, the place where you have the judge who's put up high, wearing robes and sometimes a powdered wig, right? And these things, you have to be reverent. If you dress improperly in a court, you will be removed, sanctioned. You could be thrown in jail. If you use the wrong language, you have to use your high court voice, or speech, right? Et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of decorum that goes into the legal world. The other thing, though, this is, I think, interesting. There's this idea.
Oh, so just on that.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, and I support that. And we want children. I mean, that's part of the inculcation, the moral inculcation of children to respect, the law, to respect judges, to respect the police. Sure, I agree 100% with you. We want
Okay.
that respect. That's part of moral education.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see it as being really very different in kind, as much as it's just like we're saying we're going to remove the supernatural aspect and just admit that this is something we've invented, which is fine, but in practical terms, I don't know if it changes much. But there's two things else I wanted to mention. One is this idea of by communal agreement. And I think this is an interesting aspect of AI systems, which essentially come to consensus views based upon trawling a huge amount of data that it can incorporate all at the same time, right? So essentially, it reflects humanity more than any one person ever can, right? In the law, there's this idea of the reasonable juror or the reasonable person or whatever, which is this idealized average person that doesn't exist. However, AI could probably simulate that very, very well. Is this something that you picture us delegating to this kind of avatar to humanity, rather than it being this imperfect subset of people struggling to assert power, right? Because that's one of the criticisms of any type of government is unequal power distribution, whereas as a system like that might be the most democratic.
So is the question about whether we could outsource our moral decision making to AI?
Would a system like that actually be more democratic than less? Because what you're doing is you're saying, survey all of humanity
Right.
and find those commonalities. And now you can actually get a representation of the average person, rather than trying, like if you tried to average, all of us here vote on something. It's going to be very skewed. Tonight's outcome will be very different than if we did the same thing 2 weeks from now and the cohort's a little bit different, right? It really depends on who's doing the voting, right? And as we know, some animals are, more equal than others. But that seems to be less of, I mean, there's still issues, right? Because the data needs to be there for the system to interrogate. I don't know. I'm just looking for your opinion on that. If there's something there to latch onto, or am I veering through the guardrails off the cliff?
Oh, no, actually, it's getting to the second objection I deal with in my essay about might is not right. The popular view, the majority view, could be the tyranny of the majority. So the popular view, the majority view, might not be the moral view. And I agree 100%. So my view is not that morality, the best moral system, is an aggregation of preferences. That's not my view. My view is not that morality consists in the aggregation of preferences, because the majority can be wrong. So what are the two key goals, objectives of the morality system? It's one, to guarantee safety and security of the citizens in a society. And number two, it's to allow the coordination of behaviours and trust so that we can achieve our mutual goals in building communication systems, hospitals, education systems, and so on, so that we can coordinate our behaviours, and we require trust for that. And that helps each of us to live the best life that we can. So one, safety and security. Two, human flourishing through coordination of behaviours. They're the goals, they're the objectives of the morality system. Now, so what is the best moral system? Then we don't necessarily find out just by surveying people. What do you think the best moral rule is? What do you think the best moral rule is? It's doing a sociological, psychological, philosophical study on what are the best rules that if everyone agreed to, what are the best rules that best guarantee safety and security? And what are the best rules that will best coordinate people's behaviors in a mutually enriching way?
Okay.
These are factual questions, and you study history, you study philosophy, you study psychology, you study sociology to determine those. And then, what you want to rely on here, what I would advocate is we've got to look to the experts in history, in philosophy, in sociology, in psychology, and listen to what they've got to say. But at the end of the day, and then why don't we just leave it to the experts? Because at the end of the day, we've got to have a social license. And this is part of, what's important about representative democracy. If we just leave it to the experts, the priests during the scholastic period, when they were burning witches and burning heretics and drawing quartering, the Protestants were drawing and quartering Catholics and vice versa. If we leave it to the experts without a social warrant, then that's not good either. So the expert advice has got to get the social warrant. That's why I'm a big fan of representative democracy, not because the majority view is necessarily right, but because at the end of the day, if we're going to have people buying into the morality and the legal system, they've got to have some stake in it.
It seems to me that you will have no problem getting people to say, in principle, this all sounds great. It seems like the problem might be how to justify when to stop your own program for the common good. Because you've got that tragedy, the commons problem, right? How much of the world's resources should we devote toward making people's lives better at the expense of every other creature on Earth? Right? Because there's an argument we're actually doing ourselves a disservice in the long run, yet at the same time, if you're saying, no, you need to do with less so we can have more rainforest, or et cetera, et cetera. And then there's also this idea of corruption, who watches the watchers. And then finally, people say, yeah, we shouldn't torture babies. Yet you go to the store and there's veal and lamb and there's milk and cheese. And all of these things, involve, arguably the torture of infant creatures. So we're kind of morally flexible, it seems like.
Or morally ignorant. I mean, when the public becomes more aware of how their factory farmed food gets to the table, that's why there's been a considerable upsurge in asking for, better, more sympathetically produced salmon and for free range eggs and so on. That's because the public are now being more educated in how their food gets to the table. But yeah, I agree. These are all really complicated questions. But what we're doing here is we're bringing reasons, we're bringing facts to the table about which is the best kind of political system, which is the best way to produce our food. And that's my whole point. We're bringing facts to bear. We're bringing publicly acceptable reasons to the table in arguing about what's the best moral system,
Well,
which is illustrating my point.
having a mechanism to correct, I think, is important. I believe we're probably on the same page there, which you say, ooh, that didn't work. And that's one area where the religious systems are probably less, I mean, if you've got the only right answer, but they have stability, right? There's always, one hand.
They have stability until they come into contact with each other, like take the partitioning of Pakistan, 1 million dead, with the Hindus fighting with the Muslims, the Shiites fighting with the Sunni, all the way through the after the Protestant Reformation, Protestants killing Catholics. It's stable until the theocratic systems they're trying to live together not only in the same society, just countries. I mean, this was the big benefit of the Treaty of Westphalia, where the Protestant countries were battling with the Catholic countries and the Catholic countries battling with the Protestant countries. They got to the point where you're the king of the Catholic country, you deal with your Catholics in your country, and you leave my Protestants alone in my country. So yeah, it all nice and stable. But then again, how to deal with the heretics in your own country, So yeah, it's stable, and it's stable if it's stable if everyone's a Catholic or everyone's a Protestant or everyone's a Shiite Muslim.
Thank you.
Jonathan, it's your turn.
I would say that I guess the issue I'm having with a lot of people who say objective is that while it is true that morals tend to generalize, we tend to generalize them. It's also true that we also generalize them. We also tend to particularize or contextualize instead of decontextualize. So that's why I'm hesitate to say there's an objectivity to it in the sense that you could just generate a rule and it's a given, full stop, and you don't have to think about it anymore. To me, it's more like this. We have a set of heuristics in our mind's eye, and we also have exceptions to the rule we insert into our mind's eye for the sake of practice. And that's essentially what morals are if you, take into account the goals of what morals tend to be in some sense. So I don't see, I guess the issue I'm having is I don't think you can generate rules as a derivative of something. I think they're just a composite or a compatibility metric. So you have a set of ideals or goals or whatever, and then you run a compatibility test, and then you run a test of how effective this thing is, whether it's useless or for it. Because some rules we generate have nothing to do with it, even though they're compatible. They're just basically useless. They're not detrimental to anything, but they're there. But we nonetheless act as if it's a moral thing because it runs into the intuition of it being innocence. Like, for instance, we don't think it's necessarily a good thing that a person may stay in their home all day and not contribute to society, right? But some cultures may nonetheless not do anything against that individual, even though that individual is being useless to moral progress in some sense. So we generate the ideal that the moral rule is doing nothing, but we act as if it's moral for the sake of practice. So in those circumstances, we have useless moral rules that have nothing going on for it, but we nonetheless keep, because doing so otherwise can have other detrimental effects. Like if we were to, let's say, just exterminate a bunch of people solely because they're useless, it could run a precedent, for instance. So my question to you, Les, when you think of objectivity, are you taking into account degeneralization, or are you in the camp that says there's no such thing when it comes to morality? That you should never, under any circumstance, degeneralize.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about an example to try and flesh this out a bit. And yep, so I would ask you for an example that we can focus on to flesh out what the implications are here, because I can't give you a general answer until I get a better picture of just what the problem is here.
Okay. Would you agree that moral remainders exist in moral systems?
As in, what, like you were saying, there are moral rules that are just free floating and don't actually work towards the achievement of the fundamental objectives of having a moral system. Like, for example, people on Thursdays should wear red socks. Is that
Well,
what you is that
not
what you're talking about?
necessarily, but yeah, we could use that as an example. It's not the core of my example, but it could be an example that works with it. Yeah, it's useless activity that has nothing to do with the moral system in question.
Yeah, sure. There are plenty of suboptimal moral systems. Yep, that's a fact about the world. There are plenty of suboptimal moral systems, purported moral systems. Sure.
Okay. Do you accept the proposition that a generality, even though it's widely successful, can have a moral remainder? Like a general rule that's good, but nonetheless it cannot solve a specific problem.
Well, once again, I want to get to a specific example. Maybe we can get to that later on after we get through other people's questions.
I'm pretty sure you know what a moral remainder is, right? You heard
Yeah,
of it, right?
no, but you know me. I hate to talk in generalities. I always like to get down to the tin tacks
Okay,
to
let's
flesh
go with
out
the
exactly.
utility monster. There you go. That's an example of a moral remainder.
Yeah, but the utility monster. Oh, I take the utility monster problem to be a very, very different kind of problem to what you're talking about.
No, it's the same because it's a moral remainder. The point of the utility monster thought experiment is to show a moral remainder in utilitarianism. That's the point.
Well, I don't see. Yeah, then I've got a dislocation in my own mind about what I now see as two completely separate problems. So we need a discussion about why they're the same problem. I'm just not getting it.
Okay, they're the same problem because they're a subset of one problem, which is that sometimes you need to decontextualize a system and you cannot always rely. I mean, sometimes you have to contextualize instead of decontextualize. And moral systems rely on
Yeah, but what's that
decontextualization
got
to
to
work.
do? But what's that got to do with the utility monster problem for utilitarianism?
Well, the intuitive answer to the problem most people have is that we shouldn't care about the utility monster, or we should try to progress to society that doesn't need a scenario that has that kind of problem, whichever.
Yeah, you have completely lost me. You've completely lost me, Jonathan.
Okay, let me rephrase again. The intuition people have with this particular problem and the solution goes counter to utilitarianism. under utilitarianism logic, it naturally follows that you should support the utility monster because he has the greatest number of happiness that outpaces everyone else's. There's a
Right.
billion people, but that total amount of happiness is not the same as the utility monster, anywhere close. In fact, the utility monster might have 1,000 more for the sake of arguments. And so under utilitarianism, you should favor the utility monster over the collective.
Right. I think we're getting a little bit off track on what this talk was about. I'll just give you the one-line answer to my answer to the utility monster problem. The one-line answer is the principle of declining marginal utility. That the utility monster can't actually be actualized in the kind of world that we live in with human beings, with their natures and psychologies the way they are. But I do think if we want to explore this later, we'd better leave it till later because it's getting off track to the subject of my talk today. We're getting into criticisms of utilitarianism.
Well, the point is that you're supporting the notion of moral rules, and moral rules are generally generalizations. My point is that there are cases where generalizations don't work regardless of how good they are.
Right. We really do need to flesh this out a bit because I'm not getting the full understanding of what where this relates to my talk and the problem you're seeing with something I've said in my talk.
Okay, Jenna, it's your turn.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Les. I wanted to ask regarding what you mentioned earlier, because I appreciate the argument that morality does not require a supernatural foundation. And yeah, sorry, I will gonna be kind of not mentioning the spooky part because I've been beefed in the chat about the spookiness there. So, but yeah, I appreciate you using that term anyway. So, I guess like my concern though, with what you mentioned earlier, when you cite the Nordic countries, Australia as well, and New Zealand, that perhaps you might be moving from a philosophical argument to more empirical one, because those societies differ from more religious societies in many aspects, as you also pointed out, that they are different by wealth, with education, and also like the inequality, perhaps also the institutions and welfare system and political stability. So I wanted to ask, how are we sure that it's secularism rather than a mix of other factors that explain their moral outcomes? And the reason why I think I'm asking is that perhaps there is that it could be problematic, or there is a risk when we are confusing the correlation with causation, since I'm referring to something that like that, a phenomena in psychology, or like a theory in psychology about the existential security hypothesis, that as societies become wealthier, healthier, and more educated and more secure, so people tend to become less religious. So if that's true, then maybe secularism is the result of successful societies rather than the cause of them. So I think I wanted to know, how does your argument probably distinguish those possibilities?
Yeah, no, thanks, Jenna. I was responding to Kerry, so it wasn't a core part of my talk, but you raise a good point about correlation versus causation. So maybe in the Nordic countries and Asian countries like Australia and New Zealand, those better social indicators, longevity, murder, violence rates of education, maybe they're a consequence of raising standards of living rather than decrease in religiosity. Yeah, sure, that might be the case. I'm inclined to think no, but I suppose the main point I'd want to push there is against the religious people who claim that religious belief is necessary for the advancement of society. I'm pushing against religious belief is necessary for a good society. And I'm pointing to these Nordic countries, Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, as examples where if that were the case, if religious belief was necessary for well-functioning societies, these are all counterexamples, because here are well-functioning societies with very good social indicators that don't have a high preponderance of religious belief. This isn't about, well, this is the anti-causal argument. They're arguing that high religious belief causes well-functioning societies, and these are counterexamples to that. So they're two quite different arguments. So I'm not argue. So you're right. Maybe the argument that you've got to have a high amount of non-religiosity before you get to well-functioning societies. You might be right. Maybe you can't make that causal argument. But I'm arguing the other kind of causal argument. You've got to have a high preponderance of religious belief before you can get to well-functioning societies. That has so many counterexamples. So there's two different causal scenarios there. And you might be right about the first, but I'm arguing against the second.
Yeah, I understand. So, I think I agree that those societies are counterexamples to the claim that religion is necessary. But also, does that also mean that secularism is sufficient, or we probably require something else? Because perhaps I think there are also relatively secular societies that experience, I think, severe moral failures, just as there are highly religious societies that quite function well. Doesn't that?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Doesn't
like
that
totalitarianism.
Suggest,
Sorry, go on.
So doesn't that suggest neither religion nor secularism alone explains social outcomes?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like totalitarian, like Stalinist USSR had a high degree of misery, and that was a state-sanctioned atheist society. So atheism is not a necessary precondition for a well-functioning society. We know that high religious belief is not a necessary condition for a well-functioning society. This is why I go for what's called political secular philosophy. So secularism in politics is not about enforcing atheism or agnosticism on everyone. A secular political philosophy is that the state should neither promote nor squash religious belief or non-religious belief. A political secular philosophy says that everyone should be free to be religious in their own way or non-religious in their own way, with no impediments from the state, and in a way that the state, qua state, doesn't prefer one religion or non-religion over another. So that's a secular political philosophy. I do think that secularism, that way understood as a political philosophy, not as a worldview, but as a political philosophy, I do think that's a necessary precondition for a well-functioning state in the long run, because what happens when you have a state that preconditions or mandates a particular religious view in time, it will come up against a segment of the population that doesn't hold that view and feels incredibly discriminated because they've been forced to hold the state religious view and not their own autonomous religious view, and they will fight back against the state. And we saw this, even pre-Reformation, with the quelling of the small religious denominations in Catholic countries, and then we saw it in a big way after the Protestant Reformation. Not only huge amount of social disturbance within Catholic countries, but the warring states, Protestant states warring against Catholic states. And this is why I think secularism as a political philosophy, where the state leaves it up to each individual to decide on their own how they practice their religion or non-religion, and leaves it up to them. I really do think in the long run that's the best political philosophy for a state.
Yeah, thanks for that. Les, I think I have a follow-up question, but is that okay, or do I have to pass the mic now to the person?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, David. So yeah, I think I agree with that. I agree that the political secularism probably like as a constitutional principle, but I'm wondering though whether that is different from the claim you were making earlier, that like also because like the political neutrality seems to be a principle about how governments should operate, whereas the lecture was about grounds of morality. So I'm wondering if those are actually two separate arguments, or they are correlated with each other. And I think that's I'm just gonna finish with that. I'm gonna come around for the next. Thanks, Les.
Yeah, that's a big question. How does my talk about what grounds morality, how would that feed in to talk about what's the ideal political arrangement, theocracy versus a secular democracy? I don't know. I'd have to think. I'd have to think about that, Jenna. I don't know. I haven't got an answer that I can give you straight away. It would require some thought.
Thank you, Jenna. Tone, your turn.
Oh, thank you very much. Les, just want to thank you. It was a great presentation. Thought many of the points were very nice. I also like the traffic light analogy. That's one I think is good for simplifying the idea. So the quick thing I wanted to speak on is this idea of when people will ask, but why? As this is a circumstance that comes up many times on the platform. I think you kind of got at it. I'm just going to speak on it for a moment, which is that distinction between teleology and teleonomy. And I think with respect to morals, it's very interesting because you sort of have both at play, but there's a handoff. The natural world is teleonomic. So that's where the natural world is about the appearance of purpose. But then at some point, once you get up to human scale and you have symbolic representation, you can create language, you can create laws, things like this, then humans are actually doing something that is more teleological when they're designing. I think you mentioned deontic powers, when they're designing these rules of privilege, these rules of obligation, right? Traffic laws being sort of a paradigm case. We will drive on one side of the road normatively in my country, probably a different side of the road in your country. So I think that's interesting to point out, is that morality in some sense is very difficult to think through because it both requires us to think about evolution as the sort of place where norms can come into the world in a grounded way. But then there's what I call the baton pass. People have heard me say that before. There's this passing of the baton once you get to human scale, because again, once we use language and create this society of institutions and status functions, then we are in effect doing something teleological. So I just wanted to mention that, but thank you for your presentation.
No, thank you very much, Tone. Yep.
Oh, Philip, go ahead.
I'm going to address the issue of morality. I mean, there is this very famous example in the about the ship of Theseus. Um, and the way you can look at the ship of Theseus is to think about, well, there's two types of identity. There's material constitution. That is that if the sheep, each piece of the sheep remain as it is, it remains the same shape if we define identity as material constitution. But there's another way of defining identity in which we would place each piece of the ship by some equivalent piece that are more recently made. As long as the organization remains as it is, it remains as it is. As long as the historical continuity and structure and organization remain as it is, it will remain the same ship. I take it that most philosophers believe that is a historical organizational continuity that makes the ship the ship. It has similarities with what we mean by the human body, right? Every 8 years, each of our cells change, right? When we talk about the university, well, it's definitely not substrate dependence. It's the organizational features that makes the university a university, not the constituents that makes the university a university. I have no problem with thinking about, morality as nothing more but how a collection of minds come together to organize itself, to give itself reason for action. It's strictly a group property, but the group is but a collection of minds, where mind is taken to be primitive. Morality is reason for action. I take minds to be primitive. What is that? How is my characterization of morality differ from yours? I think mine is platonic, but do you understand what my characterization of morality is?
Well, you've gone from the ship of Theseus and agreeing to the idea that identity for ships, universities, maybe even, nations is grounded in historical continuity. And then you jump straight away.
No. Historical continuity as well as structural features of organizations.
Yeah,
just like the human body, right?
Right.
If you go to MIT campus, you don't say, well, that piece of atom there is what makes that MIT. It's even if we replace every building in MIT with, a different building, it would still be MIT, right?
Right. But then you go from that that practical view or
It's not that
of
Yeah, so
You
you
go-
go from human body and university examples to think about the United States. United States of America, that's a country, is defined by its institutions and those institutions define the structures like the constitutions and the people and the workflow and the processes and how they organize themselves within that society. That's a structure. You can say that even if, the United States now and the United States 50 years from now, the United States 200 years from now, you can still say that they are the same United States, but the Constitution would be different. So what makes the United States is not the constituents that makes the United States, but its structure, its enduring structure. So why can we define morality in the same sense that is a structure that is realized by the collection of minds behaving in a certain way?
Yeah, and that's part of the view I tried to advance in my talk. There's nothing about morality and its foundations that go over and above minds in societies coming together to agree on a common set of rules that they all agree to and abide by for their mutual benefit. Yeah, sure.
Well, it's not. Well, I mean, often historically, I think there's a liberal kind of idea that minds come together to agree upon how they want to settle on a kind of, right historical, governance model to govern themselves. But that's not historically right. it's more like Hobbes' notion of competing states. Whoever the winner, the divide then kind of wins out and makes the rules. But yeah, there's no supernatural. Morality is nothing more but the structures of how minds organize themselves. And that there are instances of what like for example, there are instances of what we deem as tokens of moral behavior, moral and righteous behavior. So when a person sees a pain a hurting child, seeks to lend a hand to save the child, that's a that's two minds interacting, doing certain actions that we deem to be tokens of morality. And morality is nothing more but the instantiations of all such minds, collections of minds, organize themselves, behaving in certain ways, give reasons for their behavior. And that's what morality is. So there's a structuralist approach to looking at morality, but there's also an internalist approach, right? Namely, what is it from the inside? From the inside, of a particular mind is the child suffering that induce oneself to act, right? It's not just merely a structural feature, but there's also an internal what is it like, thing. So morality is special in that regard. All right. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Philip.
Oh, so there's no disagreement, right? Or I'm sorry.
Well, where do you see the disagreement?
I was not here.
Where do you see? What am I agreeing to that you think maybe I wouldn't be agreeing to?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think okay. So I kind of always think that you have a notion of morality that is very nominalistic. I don't know if you commit to there being structure that is independent of substrates, but you do.
Well, I mean,
like
what
that,
I do agree, what I do agree to is what
yeah.
I've given in my talk today. These other notions of structuralism and inner experience, these are all things that we can talk about, but that would be part of a longer conversation. I'm not sure what to add. I'm not sure what to add at this point.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip.
Stephen, your turn.
Yes, Les. I'm wondering about your moral imperative. You seem to have this moral imperative, and I agree there is such a moral imperative of society as being important. But I think the great imperative is actually selfish. You seem to be very locked into this idea that the imperative is unselfish, but I would say that the great imperative in the end is the individual will serve their own needs in the long run. That, for example, the individual's ambition is to secure resources for itself. And in the long run, the existence of other human beings might compromise the individual securement of resources. So we do enter into an alliance on the social scale where it proves beneficial. We feel we belong to a particular society and we will serve the interests of that society. But I don't think that that's the highest imperative. I think the highest imperative is actually the individual securing the resources and expanding its own cause, eventually at the cost of other creatures. There's another aspect, of course, to moral questions. I mean, Nietzsche, of course, famously, although he was an atheist, is there something in actually believing in God, even though God doesn't exist? So this is this big question. Christianity's stated, "You shall know truth, and the truth will set you free." And Nietzsche, he doubted this. Are we sure about this one? There is another, of course, dynamic. You were talking about sort of traffic dynamics, and I think that there is a good case in many situations where the traffic dynamics is a parallel. But I'd point out the Shiv dynamic in prison. In prison you have various rough characters, and sometimes you have big muscly characters who would normally stomp on anybody else and win the fight. Because under the Shiv principle, even the weakest person, if they get their little Shiv, their little razor cutter, can cause some damage to the big guy. Now, we know the big guy's ultimately usually going to fit the what, win the fight. But the big guy decides, oh, well, this little guy's going to scratch me if I try to mess with him. And so most of the time, the big guy will avoid the little guy that intends to mess with him. But he will pick on the guys that show no resistance. So the interesting thing is, in terms of our self-interest, we're more interested in preventing ourselves from being scratched than preserving the life of another person. So, in other words, if that other person is dangerous to us in the smallest way, we might avoid conflict. But that's the ultimate question is, what is the grand imperative in life? And surely the grand imperative ultimately is to enforce your own life and expand its existence at the cost of other lives. So what do you think, Les?
Yeah, we've had long conversations about whether people can be truly altruistic and empathetic. We've had long conversations about this. I've always argued for most of us, the vast bulk of us, barring sociopaths and psychopaths, do have a genuine regard for other people and will put themselves out to help other people when there's even a cost to themselves. So I do think there is genuine empathy. And I think our social mores, Hume argued this, and so did Rousseau, that our social mores are very much grounded in not just in furthering our own interests, but in furthering the interests that we genuinely care about, our families, our friends, our fellow citizens, and even now, as we become global citizens, even the people on the other side of the world. I mean, some of us do our best to help the people suffering the war in Ukraine. They send over donations. Vicky and I
Surely I
donate
agree
to.
with you on that we do have such ambitions and can have such ambitions. But in the long run, which one overrides? Does the selfish motive, the desire to expand our own life, ultimately at the cost of all other life, when it serves our motives, is that the greatest imperative? And of course, I agree with you that socially, we will join with other people because there's many things we can't do on our own. So it's necessary to have a certain amount of the rest of humanity and engage in a social society. But of course, when we see it's our advantage to eliminate another person to gain access to more resources and we can get away with it, surely that's the imperative.
Yeah, I mean, there's a high variability among human beings. Some are more easily prone to act selfishly when their own interests are at stake compared with other people. There's huge variability among people. So I don't think we can generalize. I just make this point. I think that most people, the vast bulk of people, have genuine empathetic feelings and are willing to put themselves out to help other people, even at their own cost. I do want to get to your second point about Nietzsche and God. You're saying Nietzsche said that there might be some benefit in believing in God. And I think there is
He
for...
called it the good lie.
Mm. So I do think that for some people, not all people, but for some people that way inclined, God belief is psychologically helpful for them. And maybe Um, and just on that, it gives, for some people, it gives them an assurance of an afterlife that's psychologically satisfying for them, and it gives them the assurance that they're going to meet their loved ones in the next life. That's socially beneficial, psychologically beneficial for them. So yes, there are some psychological benefits for some people. The other thing is, and this is what God believers get right when they say there's something about morality which is not just about personal whim, not just about subjective preferences. They've got that right. There's something objective about morality. There's something about the oughtness of moral strictures that go beyond just what I want. They've got that exactly right. So that's a benefit. They got that bit right. But what I'm saying is the bit they've got wrong is where they look for that objective element. They're looking for it in some superhuman domain, and I'm arguing here through this analogy with road rules that objective element can be found in the objectivity of us impartially coming together to create a system of rules that we all buy into for our own mutual benefit. So thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Liz.
John, go ahead.
Yes, my second go. You've emphasised morality as it is articulated in laws, and you've mentioned in particular the need to prevent things like stealing, of killing, of murder. They're things that we think are universal, and if they don't, they can cause a lot of harm to the victim. But what about the status of customs? That hasn't been clear today. Customs are usually seen to be relativized customs for a particular society. And everybody thinks, well, we need to tolerate these customs. But in some societies, they have absolutized and given divine authority to all of their customs. And that is creating issues. At present, widespread concern is being expressed about the issue of customs, which are part of the Muslims' Quran and Sharia law. Is there something happening? Is it coming across?
David's laughing.
Oh, okay. Now, the Quran is accepted by Muslims, and I've been studying this since the 1970s when I was doing Middle Eastern studies. And it's considered to be an infallible, inerrant, eternal, revealed book by Allah, and of course delivered to Muhammad by Angel Gabriel. But you've got two customs in here that I wonder just what's the status of them as customs. Surah 4:3 says, about polygamy, marry those women who please you, 2, 3, or 4 of them. And then in Surah 487, it stresses that Allah is the only deity, and it goes on to say that if persons turn away from Allah and reject Allah's guidance, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them. This appears to promote a worldwide genocide of all non-Muslims. Now, I've always found it hard how to get around that with an instruction from Allah, who's infallible and divine, to kill all those people that reject the guidance of Allah. Perhaps you could clarify this issue of customs and law.
So my own view is, I was arguing for a secular state, meaning a state founded on political secular principles, meaning the state should be neutral to any religious or non-religious view, and should allow citizens to practice their religion or non-religion in any way they see fit, but there's a limit. And the limit is John Stuart Mill's harm principle. If a religious practice creates objective harm to other citizens, that's where the law needs to step in. And for example, that's why I think here in Australia we've now outlawed female genital mutilation, that you can't perform, a parent can't perform or have performed on a daughter FGM because it imposes an objectively discernible harm on a young person who doesn't have the autonomy to be able to say no. So yes, that is the limit, John Stuart Mill's harm principle.
Did you want to respond, John?
Oh, well, it just seems to me that you haven't dealt at all with the issue of where it's considered a custom, but it's just, the deity is telling their followers to kill others. Okay, there's harm to be killed, but then you'd want some movement that's going to prevent that before the harm can take place. I mean, otherwise we're just going to have to continually have more murders.
Sure.
By Allah.
So if somebody reports to the police that they think their neighbour is planning to kill an apostate or planning to perform female genital mutilation on their young daughter, and they can provide good evidence or reasonable suspicion to the police, then the police are legally obliged then to step in to prevent the crime. So you're right. There are provisions there to step in before the crime occurs.
Yes, I was just thinking perhaps on worldwide terms that they suggested that 20% of Muslims actually take this very seriously, killing, and that turns out to be about 400 million of them. So it's a big issue. And, people prefer not to talk about it, but when it comes to it and something happens, of course, then it's too late. Anyway, look, I just raised it as an ongoing issue, and it's something that's been on my mind for many, many years, how a religion can have those sort of decrees that are obviously against the law, but they're still enforcing them amongst their followers.
Sure, and even where it is within the law in some countries, Humanists International bring out their what's called the Freedom of Thought report every year. They do an update on the report where they do an update on all the countries in the world they have access to, or their citizens can report on, where both non-believers and believers are persecuted by the theocratic regimes or even the secular democratic regimes like here in Australia that trample on the non-religious beliefs and even the religious beliefs of some group in their country. So that's Humanists International reporting, and they make representations to the United Nations protecting the religious the autonomy of religious groups and non-religious groups, protecting their rights within many, many countries around the world. So yes, yeah, good point. And we need to be doing something, and Humanists International is doing something about it.
Thank you.
Right. DLJ, your turn.
Thank you. As an aside, just on the four wives thing, here in Malaysia, I was doing a course for some like C-level, all women, very intelligent people. And I said, oh, you got this four wives policy here in Malaysia. Why can't, in feigned innocence, I said, why can't women have four husbands? And they all looked at me like I was insane. They were stupid. I thought it was good. Yeah, I teased, and I've changed my mind. I teased on compliance versus guidance, which I think John has sort of covered there. Actually, I do provocatively often ask the question of Indonesia, Malaysia, and in Pakistan, so these are all Islamic countries primarily. I ask if provocatively whether the Quran is a standard or a framework. So is it about compliance or is it there for guidance? Only twice, two out of, I don't know, over couple of thousand people probably have ever said it's a standard. It's there for compliance. And everybody else is the same as your average Christian. It's like, oh, I'll pick the bits I like. It's there for compliance. It's for guidance, right? Okay, so it's not as bad as you think. Now, where did I want to go with this? Right, not to bury the lead. Local versus universal implementation is kind of where I'm heading with this. In the governance frameworks, the ones I use anyway, there are 7 elements to governance, and we're touching specifically on one here, which is principles, policies. There's another element to that, which is procedures. So we're going for policies element with this talk. By the way, if you hadn't noticed, I'm not disagreeing with your premise about the obsolescence of metaphysics. I'm with you all the way on that. I'm just extending it so you can go a little further. All right, so that's one of the 7 is principles, policies, procedures, and another one is culture, ethics, and behavior. And I want to see if we can map those 2 a little bit. And other people have gone there a bit, and I want to frame it a little bit in its. Okay, so you've already said in your talk related to the policy has to be underpinning a principle. Well, that's my language. And you said social purpose. So you had 2 for roads, which was road safety and efficiency. So again, if you take something like speeding or using a mobile phone, interestingly, the sales pitch usually for implementing the law is about road safety for the individual. But if you know Singapore, they don't care. It's about efficiency of the roads so that everybody can make a lot of money, right? So actually, you've got both of them embedded in that one. But there are circumstances where there can be a conflict between different principles. So I want to sort of touch on that, and that's cultural. Seatbelts would be a good example. And this goes, did a talk years ago about the difference between autonomy ethics versus community ethics, right? Now, you embedded social purpose in there as a given. So we're talking community ethics, right? Which is, I'm fine with that because governance, I mean, morality is a social governance system, social navigation system. So cool with that, right? But if you take seatbelt as a good example, some countries are very resistant to the idea that the government, the man telling me that I have to wear a seatbelt, right? Compared to other people who go, oh yeah, if I smash the car, then it's going to be an obstacle for other people, therefore a bad thing, right? See what I mean? Autonomy view, right? So implementing some of these rules, you're up against these things. So there's a cultural element to that. Some countries are fine with it and others won't be. And the other element to the culture part is the principles, policies, and the procedures part. And you kind of touched on this a little bit with deontology. So here's my example for this. You've got somebody speeding, traffic cop, motorcycle cop waves them down. Do you want the motorcycle cop to always follow the rules, right? So if you have a cop that makes the rules up when they feel like it, what kind of culture do you end up with like that, right? But let's say in this example, you've got, and we have seen it in social media, it happens in every country. The cop realizes that the speeding driver, once he's caught up with him, has got a pregnant wife, and he says, I'm not stopping, I'm taking her to hospital, right? And in most of the cases we hear about, the cop goes, follow me, puts his siren on, you now have a police escort, right? But essentially what's happened there is the police has decided to go against the policy and potentially the principle. The principle is about road safety. So, okay, so following the cop, you should still have road safety. But the policy has been, so in other words, the letter of the law versus the principle of the law, etc., right? So the procedure would be stop the guy, give him a ticket, tell him not to do it again, right? But do we want to live in that society? So again, it's the cultural shift between the letter of the law. So that's why I wanted, you can riff on that wherever you want to, but it's that cultural element of local implementation versus universal implementation.
Yeah, so there'll be a lot of cultural variability between societies and how they frame both their informal moral laws and their legal laws. And it's up for each society to decide how much leeway they want to give for enforcing either the moral law or the legal law. So if I was in that society, I would put a case for allowing these exceptions, which there are. So they're called mitigating circumstances. Like, for example, someone who's races through a red light because someone behind them is chasing them with a gun trying to shoot them out. That's not only a mitigating circumstance if it goes to court. It wouldn't even get to court because it would be, and if it got to court, it would be classed as an exculpating circumstance. It shouldn't be brought to court at all because that's one of those exceptions, not only in morality, but in law, that you can disobey a lower level moral prescription to not go through a red light, to be to fulfill a higher level moral law to save a human life. So yeah, if I was in that country, I certainly would be arguing for allowing these mitigating, even exculpating circumstances in law, but we see that in morality as well. So in that case, it would be morally excusable to race through a red light um, uh, in that circumstance where you've got a car chasing behind you, trying to shoot you. Oh, I've got to go and turn the heater on. I've got to go and I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, but you're using up the world's resources, right? You've got to think in terms of the universal principle there and the collective versus your own individual needs, Les.
I don't think he can hear you at the LJ.
I know. That was for the wider audience. You would.
So, shall we go to Win next?
Have a win-win.
Your turn, Win.
Yeah, I think
Les
he
isn't.
addressed.
It's
Oh, go
okay.
ahead.
Les is back. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, DLG was making fun of your taking care of heating needs. But you addressed most of my questions. I was gonna say that, a few people kind of hinted at bringing up that because people might not follow the law based on your traffic light theory, that it's not a worthy law to have. And I disagree because it is meant to be, at very least a guideline and a form of kind of compliance for society. So I think most all laws are going to be broken, but it doesn't mean it's not a good law.
No, good point, Win.
Did you want to respond, Win? No. Stephen, your turn.
I was just thinking, some of the problems with empathy. Certainly, we could think of an ideal society, and empathy is a very good tool for being at peace and living productively with whatever suitable society we find. I might use as an illustration the film Emerald Forest, where we have the lovely invisible people in the Amazonian forest who are all nice to each other and they paint themselves green, struggling with a tribe of cannibals who paint themselves black. And they have quite a dastardly set of values compared to the invisible people, it seems. So I don't know if you've ever seen the film Emerald Forest by John Boorman. But I don't know if empathy is such a persuasive thing. Certainly we use it as a tool and it's very useful. But when I think of it, did empathy really work well in Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia? I remember, of course, being admonished by one person who pointed out, well, a lot of people don't notice that in Stalinist Russia, people were handing each other over to the authorities for personal gain. And it was quite common. When you establish an overall dastardly set of rules, people would selfishly put other people in with the authorities. The other person would end up in the gulag or end up being shot, but that person might rise in authority and importance. And this was, of course, a bit similar in Nazi Germany, not quite as bad, but almost as bad, where, well, famously they said, of course, the Gestapo could have never enforced the tyranny it did without a large amount of the population cooperating with it. So how do we go with this empathy? And certainly we could have a very ideal leadership that points out empathy is a really marvelous thing. And if you're empathetic, then you'll be socially rewarded. But how do we deal with societies like the Nazis and the Stalinist Russia and try to say that empathy is that much of an imperative?
Yeah, so the way the world dealt with Nazi Germany, Second World War, the Holocaust, was by building the United Nations and developing in 1948 the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Because when you look at how the Universal Declaration of Human Rights arose, the vast bulk of it was a reaction against the Holocaust and the other atrocities in the Second World War. And literally, it was all of those countries wanting to prevent that from happening again. The pogroms against the Jews, the denying them of basic citizenship rights of employment, movement, the experiments on done on people against their will, the seizing of land for the moving in of the German population. All of these things were things that wanted to be prevented by the world after the Holocaust and the Second World War. So I think that's what the world did against the gross inequities that fascist Germany imposed on Europe.
Well, Nazi Germany, not really fascist in the full.
Well, it depends on what. I was just reading an article about that the other day on a more looser reading of what fascism is. It's quite right to count Germany as a fascist country. So I'm not going to get hooked up on a word. All right, totalitarian Germany. On empathy,
my question really centers on why didn't empathy stop the rise to power of the Nazis or stop the rise to power of the Stalinist Marxists? It seems that those systems could have almost gone on for an extended period, generations even, and the empathy is not going to halt them.
Well, in the end, people's regard for other people did actually halt them. I mean, the Americans, when they entered the war, wasn't just to protect their own interests against the Japanese. Even before that, they were sending help. The Americans were sending help to the countries of Europe to fight off the invading Germans. So that's how the Second World War ended, because people entered the fight because they valued the lives and welfare of people in faraway lands.
Well, they claimed that was one of their motives, but the point is that Germany of itself, empathy didn't stop the Nazis. Now, theoretically, this Nazi Germany went on for a few years, and empathy didn't stop the process.
And that's where indoctrination and propaganda. I mean, Goebbels was an expert at that, because once they captured the state media, once they captured the media and made it the state media and a propaganda arm for for Hitler and his cronies, that's when the indoctrination went into full swing. So indoctrination from capture of the state media, that's one of the reasons. I mean, it's complicated. There's a number of factors, but that's one of the reasons why fascist Germany, if I can use that term again, went on for so long, because they captured that. it became a one-party state. I mean, what year was it? They banned all of the other parties after the burning down of the Reichstag. So making it a one-party state, installing judges who were just puppets, and of course capturing the media and making a propaganda arm of the Nazis. These are some of the factors for why it went on
Well, that's the
so
point,
long.
isn't it? That the Nazis asserted their values on society and basically set up, follow our values, follow our standards, and you'll be rewarded. If you don't, you get punished. But universal human ethics didn't halt the process in Germany. Although about the other point about Nazis and fascists is one of the problems in Austria prior to the Anschluss, you had a fascist and a Nazi party who were both fighting each other. They had slightly differing views. But this is a problem. We have this process, these large nations, Germany or, Russia, and many people see advantage in persecuting other human beings when it serves their own end. And the overall authority has said, yeah, this is cool, do this and you will be rewarded. And there was not really a universal empathy that stood in the way. There were certainly some individuals you could ascribe that to, but they were a rarity inside those societies. There was a rarity for people to stand up out of a concept of universal human ethics against the powers that were ruling those nations.
Right. So I need to clarify. I'm not arguing that everyone is empathetic, and that empathy is universal. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that human empathy is going to solve all problems in all places at all times. That's not my view, and that's not what I'm arguing today. What I am saying, what I am saying is two things. One is that I do think what's at the base of morality is empathy, our empathetic feelings towards other human beings, and I'm hoping we can extend that to other sentient creatures as well. I don't think morality is grounded in self-interest, because take the rule against stealing. The moral rule is not don't steal from anyone unless it's in your interests. That's not the moral rule. And if morality is founded on self-interest, that would be the moral rule. So that's one example. I do think, along with David Hume and along with Rousseau, is that what grounds morality is our general empathy for other human beings. So that's the first
Yeah,
point.
that's a bit in question, though, isn't it?
Well, look at, once
Well, it
again,
has
let's
failed.
go.
It failed in Nazi Germany. It failed in
Yeah, but
Stalin's.
I'm not arguing that human empathy is going to solve or prevent all problems at all times in all places. That's not what I'm arguing. And let's go back to the traffic rules. The traffic rules, everyone obeying the traffic rules is in my interest. I can go through an intersection
Exactly,
with
yes.
with surety that I'm not going to, that another vehicle is not going to collide into me. But I also am in favor of the traffic rules, not because it favors me, just because it favors me. It favors my children. It favors my parents. It favors my grandparents. It favors my friends. It favors my colleagues. It favors everyone in my country. That's why I favor the traffic rules, because it's to all our benefits, not just to my benefit. It's not just me who feels that. I'm saying that the
I agree,
majority.
but exactly
Hang on,
my argument.
I'm saying that's the majority of the population are in favor of the traffic rules not because it's in their interest, it's genuinely because it's in everyone's interest.
Well,
So I do
what
think,
what I'm saying,
I do think that that uh, our feeling of empathy is what grounds the moral system. And sure, it's not universal empathy felt by people universally. Of course not. The amount of empathy in every human being varies widely. But but what but what the moral system is grounded in is whatever empathy there is in the general population. That's what that's how it came into being to begin with, and that's what makes the morality system continue, because we have that feeling of regard for people, other people, genuine feeling
okay,
of regard.
this is the point. People generally, well, rationally, if you like, will obey the road rules, but their major interest is in their own salvation, preserving themselves. It's just simply a common situation. If we have laws against theft, we're more interested in the preservation of our own property than the property of others. But yes, it's a group decision. We have to have a common moral ethos or a common set of rules against theft. But the greatest ambition is in my property. It's in my road safety. And certainly there is the issue of other people, but overwhelmingly, the interest is in the preservation of myself. It's simply that road rules do serve everybody's interests, but most of all, it's in preserving my own life. That's my greatest interest, is myself. So you're always talking about this sort of thing. And empathy, I think, is a bit of a tool. I think empathy is something people can develop where they see it's useful for them. They will be very empathetic to people immediately around them if they're smart, because this will advance their cause greatly. But see, this is what I want to point out, that I think Nazi Germany, Stalinist Russia, Maoist China prove that a universal empathy doesn't necessarily stand that well against a vicious dictatorship.
No, thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
Philip, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, um, I mean, just let me see, what do I have here? Yeah, it's about when you talk about I actually okay. So you talk about liberal society being the best type of society, right?
In my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, in any, do you agree or not agree that the primary question of political science or political philosophy involve two central questions? The first question is, how do individuals flourish in a society? That's the first question. And how does a society maintain its continuity over time?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Two good questions.
Yeah, those are two questions. I think the first question, I think liberal society, let's suppose that liberal society optimize, but these two are two central questions. But it seems to me that there are two objective functions. You can objective function that optimize for individual flourishing, and then you also have an objective function for optimizing for the the society to the maintain the continuity of the society over time. Now these are two different optimization functions, two different objective functions that all societies have to have to confront. Well, you could argue that liberal societies might be good at optimizing for personal flourishing, but it has some drawbacks, and namely that it is isolating individuals. But
isolating individuals.
Yeah. That's a typical commentary for the critique of liberal societies by people like Sandel and other thinkers. So I take it that I have no problem with making the assumption that liberal societies optimize for personal flourishing, but it's going to come at a cost. But I don't see a problem with there being another type of government, a government that optimizes for state capacity. In fact, I think history is really about a competition between states or political polities. States that maintain their integrity over time tend to have high level of state capacity. Um, like optimizing for state capacities, like building roads, building great research institutions, a lot of activities that define a culture, society, and maintain a strong external military outward to ensure security inward. I think that's I have problems with people that say that, well, one type of society, liberal society, ought to be the only type of society in the world. But I think that there need to be some clarity about, well, actually you do need two types of societies. You need or maybe a mix of societies where you have to constantly be understanding, well, you have to have a society that hold a collective interest at hand, and they have to suppress individual. Sometimes you have to suppress those liberal instincts, and you have to have states that optimize for state capacity. So it's not an either or. I think it is a more nuanced picture. I think every society ought to be not. I don't think ideology is the best is the way to go. I think every government has to, be pragmatic and understanding that sometimes we want to optimize for individual flourishing, but sometimes we need to limit that for the sake of the collective good. So, and also a strong meritocratic government that is moral and build state capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why a liberal is automatically against building state capacity. I mean, with Sandel and communitarianism, I've seen liberal critics of Sandel's communitarianism pointing out that what Sandel picks out as the benefits of communitarianism are really parts of liberalism, and that he's really putting up a straw man. The way Sandel describes liberalism is not really liberalism. And I go back to John Stuart Mill, one of the classical. I mean, this is getting more into political philosophy than the subject of my paper, so I'll just be brief. But if you read Mill, John Stuart Mill, one of the classical liberals, on liberty, he gives a big hat tip to, I hate to use the word socialism, but the socialist idea of building strong institutional structures that make sure that nobody falls through the cracks. And this is my point. Even the classical liberals, Bentham, Adams, sorry, not Adams, Adam Smith, they were very much for building institutional structures that took some of the benefits of the socialists providing structural institutional supports to make sure that people don't fall below a base level so that they can reach that maximal flourishing. So no, I don't go along with Sandel's criticism.
I think the problem, from I was reading the editorial, principles of the economists, and they say that their editorial ideology is really grounded in 18th century or 19th century classical liberal kind of ideology, and what they favor is something like competent limited government. Right. Their ideal type of government is kind of like a competent limited type of government. But I kind of think that that's contradiction in terms. A government that is competent cannot be limited. I think those are conflicting goals. Like liberals want a government that provides the people. They want a competent government, but a competent government is also a very strong government. It's an unlimited government. But you cannot both be competent and limited. It's like, yeah, yeah, it's because the reason why is because like once you allow liberalism to happen, right, individuals would fight for their interests. So just like I give you an example, right, they were trying to build a train from San Francisco to Los Angeles. They've been talking about it for like 30 or 40 years. Still haven't happened, right? Because there's so many stakeholders in between the goal, the finishing, the objective, and the initial conception. And there's so many vetoes, right? So in a liberal society, it is dead by veto, right? So a competent government would, in some sense, suppress the individual, stakeholders, we suppress the needs of the individual stakeholders and say that, well, we're gonna build a fucking train. I don't, we will put the collective good over your veto because we think that this would benefit society. So I said, I don't believe that this is the liberal myth that I conceive, is that liberals want a competent government, but they also want a limited government. This is contradiction. It is not possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. So we're getting away from the subject of my talk into political philosophy. So my talk was about what grounds morality and whether it needs some supernatural or supranatural or divine underpinning. And my talk today was arguing that it doesn't. Okay.
Karim, your turn.
So I just wanted to get Les's response to a classic problem that he's probably heard about called moral inversion in cultural anthropology, just because he's interested in the ground of morality. So the problem is well known and quite simple. An example is the example usually is the Inuit, who of course are in the Arctic, and for them, killing in self-defense is morally catastrophic. Killing generally is morally catastrophic, but even in self-defense. And this is usually contrasted to a group called the Yanomami in the rainforests of South America, for whom killing in self-defense is a moral duty and celebrated, and is thought to restore cosmic balance. So here you have identical situations fundamentally. A person kills another person in self-defense or not, but it produces an entirely opposite moral judgment. For the Inuit, again, it's morally catastrophic to kill in self-defense, while for the Yanomami, it's morally required and celebrated. Philosophically, this is thought to show that moral rules are not simply responses to universal human problems. They're not simply responses to the coordination problem or the harm problem. Instead, they're expressions of deeper ontologies or metaphysics. Different cultures interpret the meaning of acts through radically different conceptions of the cosmic order, of personhood, of harm, of honor, all that sort of stuff. The implication is that morality is not universalizable in the way that I think Les suggests, but a set of culturally embedded frameworks that that can invert moral judgment entirely. In other words, the same entirely opposite moral judgment can be offered by two communities examining the same act. So I'm wondering how I'm picking an edge case. I'm picking not simply moral diversity, but moral inversion. Anyway, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Karim. Great question. So what I'm not arguing today is that all actual moral systems embedded in all of the societies around the world are rational, are, are grounded in what's best, all things considered, with all the proper facts known. I'm not arguing that sociological thesis. That's not what I'm arguing today. Of course, many of the moral systems today are distorted from inaccurate, false, ontological, metaphysical presuppositions. Of course. What I am arguing today is whether morality requires some metaphysical, suprahuman, ontological basis. That's what I'm arguing today. And I tried to argue that the answer is no, because it's not required for our traffic law system, and the morality system has all of the essential features of the traffic law system. And because the traffic law system doesn't need this suprahuman metaphysical underpinning, therefore, by analogy, the moral system doesn't either. So you're dead right. I mean, of course, the moral systems around the world are distorted by false metaphysical ontological beliefs. And you could ask, well, then how do we advance these societies? Is it possible for these two societies to come towards a unified moral stricture about what to do in self-defense? And this is where reason, the use of reasoning, comes in. I would recommend, if you want to get to some kind of resolution of these contradictory strictures about self-defense, get the best Inuit thinkers and get the best Amurami thinkers and get them together in the same room and get them each to posit to the other what their reasons are for having this rule for self-defense and the other putting their reasons for their rule for self-defense, and get them to engage in a dialogue. And in that dialogue, there's going to be a lot of disputation about what the facts are, what supernatural beings exist and what don't. And maybe at the end of the day, they won't be able to come to an agreement because they won't be able to agree on what supernatural beings exist, which underpin it. So there we can stand back and probably say, well, yes, neither of their moral systems are optimal because both of them are grounded in the wrong facts about what supernatural beings exist and don't exist. So the best moral system is an idealized system. It's a system that is agreed to by fully rational human beings that are cognizant of the proper facts about reality. But I'm thinking the way we do with moral disagreement in our current societies, like for example the debate about abortion, the moral debate about abortion. A lot of the dispute, well, certainly the dispute between the fundamental religious and the non-religious is over the fact of what constitutes a person, because the fundamental religious say that every human being is invested with a soul at the time of conception, and that's what makes abortion morally impermissible in all cases or almost all cases. And that's a fact disputed by, say, the non-religious, who say there is no such soul entering, and would have more permissible laws, even moral rules about abortion. But um, but well, and this is the part about a liberal democracy, part about a liberal democracy, where we encourage disputation, dialogue between the competing parties. At the end of the day, we've got to take a vote. After all the dialogues happen, we've got to take a vote. And we're hoping that there's going to be enough enlightened and respectful conversation among the people. So in the end, the majority is going to be satisfied with whatever they agree on. So there's a big role there for, you can see there's a big role there for me for a reasoned discussion, but the reasoned discussion is not always going to come to a solution that is agreed by everyone, because for a variety of reasons. Yeah, no, good question, Karim. Thanks.
Thank you, Les. Adam, it's your turn.
Okay, did I just unmute myself? Yeah, Les.
Yes.
How you doing? Yeah, so you've been putting it to us that I think you said something along the lines that doesn't morality does not require a suprahuman metaphysical underpinning, right? And you also said that it's something along the lines that it is a morality as it is best realized is something that necessarily comes from human deliberation and human agreement. So I mean, me and you have spoken about this before, but I'd be interested to hear how you talk about this now in front of this crowd, because I don't think it's by nature necessarily the human being which has to produce this, the moral codes. I could argue that an artificial intelligence or a post-human would be in a better cognitive position, and perhaps even at some stage um, emotionally better position, less biased position to come up with better moral solutions to moral problems. Because I think part of it is it's obviously a cognitive problem. You can't ask a goldfish to solve a trolley dilemma. You probably wouldn't even understand what a dilemma is, right? But you can ask a human, and you can ask maybe some other higher order animals that have that can make sense of something that is a dilemma. So it seems as though if we look up to certain moral philosophers that have come before us or that are existing today, often the ones that we look up to are smart. They're not, they're not untrained hillbillies. They're very, very intelligent people, right? And so what we're appealing to is not the fact that they're humans, it's the fact that they're intelligent. You can just point at any human. Not every human is going to be able to solve the most difficult moral problems, because some of them are just too difficult to solve. And I think that just saying that it must be humans solving the problem is, I guess, a category error, because it's not actually the human, it's not actually being human that's the most important thing. It's just the ability to solve moral problems that's really important. Unless you think that solving morality is necessarily a thing that is just a human nature thing, and no other species in the universe now or possibly ever in the future will ever be able to solve a moral problem, which I think sounds rather parochial and absurd. So yeah, I mean, why ground it in just human nature? I mean, we can say for practical purposes, that's the best that we have now. But most humans agree that AI is certainly getting very smart, and there's been human graded moral Turing tests which have shown that people favor AI answers to the moral problems posed at them than they did humans. And this is also against moral philosophers, right? Moral philosophers have scored less than AIs in comparative moral Turing tests. And this is just not isolated. It's been a number of research projects showing this. And so, yeah, and it's across a wide variety of dimensions. So empirically, there's evidence to say that AI can actually at least solve the cognitive side of moral problems quite well, whether it cares or whether it has the ever will care or whether it has the motivation required to solve moral problems is probably a very interesting question, which I've been involved in for quite a while. Yeah. But at the moment, I'd say no, they don't have that sort of motivation or care to solve moral problems. So, yeah. What say you, Les?
Thank you very much, Adam. So I think there's two questions here. One question is our moral systems, whose interests are they about? That's one question. The second question is, what are the best kinds of entities that we should be asking these moral questions to? Only to human beings or to a broader set of entities? So on the first question, whose interests are moral systems about? And I've been focusing today on the interests of human beings, especially by analogy with road laws. Road laws, it's human beings that drive cars, that are pedestrians, that are passengers. So I was broadening that out to the moral system in which human agents are the subject matter of our moral systems, our moral laws. So one answer to the question is our moral systems, whose interests are they about? One answer is, well, human beings, because it's human beings that get together in societies. It's human beings that want to guarantee their security and safety and to maximize their flourishing. So that's one answer. As a utilitarian, as someone who's putting questions to moral philosophers and us about, is that all? Are they the only interests that moral systems should be about? I'd be probing that and say, no, perhaps it should be about all sentient creatures. A sentient creature is the one that has the capacity to feel pleasure and pain. It's a sentient creature. And I'd be probing and saying, well, maybe our moral systems should not just be about human interests, they need to be about the interests of all sentient creatures. And over the last 10, 20 years, human societies have been doing exactly that. We now have much stronger animal cruelty laws in the way we treat our pets and in the way we make our food, and we're making further progress in that. So that's question number one. So I agree. So my answer to that is that we are now focusing on broadening out our moral concerns to non-human sentient creatures. The second question you raise, Adam, is who should we be getting us to help answer these difficult moral questions? Should it only be human beings? And I agree with you there, Adam. I think there's a role there for AI because much of our moral reasoning concerns facts. And some of those facts are, how do we guarantee the equitable, what rules, societal rules do we need to have a more equitable, morally equitable distribution of goods among citizens? Another one is, when ought abortion be permissible? And there's a whole lot of factual questions, like the equity questions, a whole lot of factual questions about the nature of human beings and what rules, if agreed to, would optimize the equitable distribution of goods. So there's a lot of facts that we need to further refine and discover that AI, with its massive access to databases, I think can help us a lot with that. There's also questions about moral reasoning. We all have our biases, and we might have our reasoning for why morality should only apply to human beings and not to other animals, or our reasoning for why we should favor men over women. Our reasoning can be biased because we're members of these classes, and that's where AI can help in helping us pick out our reasoning biases. So there's another area where AI can help. So yes, I agree with you there, Adam. AI can help in a growing way in those two key areas.
What about the category issue? Why should we privilege one category like humans over other categories? Is there any ontological reason, any sort of objective reason why we should categorize humans as forever above all other forms of moral patience or morally relevant things? Now, I mean, look in history. That's been happening for quite some time, you know. If you didn't belong to the tribe, you weren't considered as morally relevant. If you weren't white, you weren't considered as morally relevant. If you were a slave, you weren't considered as morally important as a slave owner. Look at the Code of Hammurabi. Would you like to see that installed again? I mean, it seems as though it having humanity at the very top of this moral ontology, it seems to be pointing at the wrong thing because it's not the fact that people are human that's important. It's features like, sentience, for instance, that's important. And we can't say that humans are the most sentient on Earth because we just really don't know if they are. We may be more intelligent than most other creatures on Earth. Maybe other creatures can feel a lot better than us. But if we always frame the question of through the lens of humanity being at the top of the ontological hierarchy, then maybe we'll be blindsided by a lot of stuff that we don't think to answer. If we, have the prior that humans are either the primary or the most important by far category to be concerned with. So, how do you address this problem of humans being the most, this issue of humans being the category which sits on top of the ontology in your view?
No, great question. So the utilitarians, especially from, the classical utilitarian period with Sidgwick, Bentham, Mill, were already pushing back against this exclusivity of human beings and our moral concern. And it goes to other religious traditions as well, like the Jains, reverence for all, they had reverence for all life, not just all sentient life. And actually the environmental ethicists push it even further. They say, no, what has moral regard is not just sentient life, it's all life, and also features, natural features of the environment, rivers and mountains. So the question is even broader than just sentient life. And this is where AI can help. And what I'm saying is the Jains and the classical utilitarians started pushing back against this human exclusivity from hundreds of years ago. And this is where AI can help. And the utilitarians already started that, trying to remove our blinkers and trying to get us to think about what is at base with our moral concerns. Is it just empathy towards other feeling human beings? And they were arguing that what we are tuned into as moral agents is suffering, but it's not just humans who suffer, it's other sentient creatures who suffer. And I think AI can help us with that reasoning and with showing where our biases, and this is speciesist bias, certainly it can help there and hopefully help our non-utilitarian moral thinkers broaden their scope. But it can, you know, how much is it going to, I'm a utilitarian, so is it going to help me in my bias against other moral patients, mountains and rivers, because my moral regard stops at sentience. And maybe an AI will say, well, that's just another form of speciesism. Why should you just stop at sentience?
I think
You
there's a
should have
degree
moral
which
regard.
it can sound absurd, but there's we have access to only a small portion of what counts as sentience or what counts as possible experience. We're not bats. We know that like other creatures see the world in different ways than we do. By extension, we should also think that it's possible that other forms of patterns out there could also experience and have some form of well-being. Maybe I am not a panentheist or yeah, I don't believe that rocks have sentience or that they're morally relevant, but I have to I guess apportion at least a small part of my credence that I might be wrong about that and there's something I just don't know about some deeper fundamental thing. We don't even know to a high degree how sentience works, right? So to say that, well, or what it is about sentience that makes it so important. We appeal to our experience of it, and that's all. We don't yet have a scientific view of it. So we have to have some degree of humility about what it is that makes sentience important, what it is that makes experience important, and things like that. And maybe we can find like particles of it in other systems that we're not really sort of we can't imagine. Like Stanislav Lem's story Solaris is really interesting. They are if anybody's seen the movie or read the book, the astronauts or whatever, they come across this planet that seems to have intelligence and the ability to think and maybe even feel. And the way that it behaves is completely alien to us, but it has some dynamic property within it that after looking at it for a while, you have to give it some sort of, you'd possibly give it some sort of a moral weight, but it may be just beyond us, our skull-bound cognition, that something that we have to, maybe we don't need to take serious the idea that rocks or planets can be conscious, but maybe it's something that we can think about in the long term. Maybe AI can help think about that in the long term, because it could be, like a complete catastrophe if we just forever put the blinkers on and I guess crystallized our current ontology and ossified it, and we're not willing to sort of update based on better reasoning and better evidence in the long term. So yeah, I mean, I agree. Some of it sounds absolutely absurd, but have to have a degree of humility about it, I reckon.
But here's the thing with the environmental ethicists who say that we should give moral status to rivers and mountains and forests. They're not arguing that on the basis that mountains and rivers and forests are sentient. They're not arguing on that basis. They say they have moral regard and they are non-sentient. They are accusing utilitarians like me of being sentientist, too sentientist. And the thing, here's the thing.
Hold those arguments. I don't
but
agree
here's the
with
thing.
the environmental ethicists if they're saying that, but I have to
But
have
here's the
some
thing.
degree of humility about it, is all I'm saying.
And this is the humility a bit. If we're going to open up these questions to AI, we can't tell AI, hey, don't come back with an environmental ethic. That's nonsense. We're not going to listen to you. If we're going to pose the question to AI and feed in all the data and all the reasoning, we have to genuinely listen to the answer. We might not like the answer, but we can't preclude answers. We can't preclude answers from the outset and say, no, giving moral status to mountains and rivers, that's bunk. I'm not even going to listen to you. We have to listen to the answer. Because if we do that, people opposing us are going to do the same. Hey, utilitarianism, sentientism is bunk. We're not going to listen to that. We have to be open to all answers. If we're going to open it up, we've got to be open to all answers. We've got to show that humility that you're talking about, Adam.
Yeah, and we've spoke about this before. Just for the benefit, I'll end here. I'll let someone else have a go. But just to cap this off, I think what's really important is not necessarily, the crystallization of a particular set of norms or an ontology, but coming up with better processes of discovery. And me and Les have spoken about indirect normativity being really important in that yeah, there's a lot we don't understand about how the universe works and how everything works. So, yeah, we can get AI to help us if we can, but the general principle of having better processes for moral discovery is really, really important, as well as having good norms.
And
So, yeah.
I think when AI comes back with what you and I, Adam, would regard as really ridiculous answers, the thing is, I think this is important, we don't take the AI's answers as given and we move on from that point. It's part of the conversation with other moral philosophers. It's opening up the conversation with other moral philosophers and bringing in new arguments and new facts that we can all then engage in the discussion. It's not the end of the discussion, it's the start of a new discussion.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that it's important that if AI does say, hey, 42, it's actually going to be able to explain why it came to 42, unlike the AI from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If if morality can be reasoned about, and most of us think that it is, it can, then if AI can actually come at better moral systems or more refined moral systems, it should be able to give us a traceable pattern of reasoning that we can understand and make sense of, and evidence as well. Yeah, so that is important.
Absolutely. Yep. Yep. No, thanks, Adam.
DLJ, it's your turn.
Thank you. This will be a quick one, because Ingrid's been waiting for about an hour. I want to go back to the analogy of roads, and I put to you related to the local versus universal element and how there's cultural factors in that. And you avoided that because you disappeared off to do a local implementation of your heating desires versus your collective global warming shouldn't turn the heating on, right? Anyway, You accepted that obviously there are cultural local differences for morality. And I wanted to get to what, in your analogy, would be the equivalent of that. So can we, for example, because of scale, right? You've got the individual, you've got the family, etc. Could at the different scales, some decide they want to drive on the left-hand side of the road, which many countries do, and other countries drive on the wrong side of the road. For the American. Left is right and right is wrong. So you can't have, obviously, in your analogy, local implementations for the different scales of groups. So this group says they want to do this, and that's fine. And another group wants to drive on the other side of the road. But here's the answer I came up with while I was. You've got different sizes of roads. You've got a private road on farmland, let's say, that only the farmer uses, right? You've got a single lane carriageway. You have a dual lane carriageway. You have a motorway. The bigger the scale, the more collective and more wider consensus you have to be. And I think that's the answer for your analogy if somebody poses that question at you again. There you go. That was it.
Right, right. And there's a UN convention on road rules and another UN convention on signs and the reason is because we are now becoming more a global community with driving because the tourist trade has taken off in the last 20, 30, 40 years. So there are more international visitors driving on roads outside and they need to be understandable. And that's why there's now more of a global consensus on road signage and road rules and trying to get some conformity. And same, that's what happened with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as well.
Yeah. So, but then the other end of the scale, you've got a private road on private property. UN's not going to, doesn't matter, right? So we've got these different scales. Agreed?
Except for, we here in Australia, we had accidents of farmers and their children being overturned in their three-wheeler buggies they were driving around the farm, and some children died as well. So now there was a law instituted regulating the use of those. Maybe they had to have roll bars and maybe a minimum age for children to be able to ride in them. So even though it's private, this is the nanny state, even though it's private, the state has an interest. We all have an interest in making sure that children don't die in needless accidents. So yes, there are cases where private behaviour ought to be regulated by the state.
There's a wonderful sketch by Stuart Lee, a stand-up comedian, my favourite, who talks about how society's conflated political correctness, we call it wokeness nowadays, with health and safety regulation. So he talks about his nan who goes to the hairdresser and says, well, you can have a cup of tea, Mrs. Lee, but you can't have it at the workstation. And she goes, what? Will it offend the gays? He goes on like that. Anyway, it's a really politically incorrect parody of politically incorrectness, which you may enjoy. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, DLJ.
Stephen, your turn.
Yeah, I was just going to bring to your attention, of course, the debate over, whether there's some divine aspect to morality or it's all natural. In more recent times, the question was brought up of phenomenalism, or phenomena. And, well, we could agree that morality is a behaviour or a phenomena. It's something we perceive. But moving on from phenomena to realism, it seems we anchor realism on ideas about causation. For example, morality has this set of causes, and some people say, well, God's involved, and other people will say it's nature. Another aspect, of course, with having the super God is that they're always watching us, making sure that we're obeying the road rules because we can't escape the super powerful God at the end of eternity. The other aspect, of course, is we can't get back at the super powerful God. A state's enforcement of morality is only as strong as that state is. And for example, we see now in Europe, the state is becoming weak. the European states are ruled by moral weaklings. But that's the question. Okay, we all agree that there's a phenomena called morality or a behavior called morality, but we're really stuck and we only have assumptions about what is the underlying factors in morality, how real it is, and how real it is determined by what we assume are the causations. So I've wondered if you thought about that, the nature of causation in realism versus phenomenalism.
Okay, so there's two aspects. The nature of causation was a big question by David.
Well,
Yep.
phenomenalism means we see an appearance. We see an appearance, but the question is, well, what's our assumed cause behind the appearance? And that's where the question of realism comes in. Realism is anchored in the idea of causation. Like if I see a light in the sky and I say, oh, that must be a flying saucer. Well, then I'm assuming a causation for that light in the sky, but I could be quite mistaken because, as Hume said, we might not be able to directly perceive causation. We might be only seeing a correspondence. So that's the difference between realism and phenomenalism. Realism is anchored in ideas about causation, whereas if it's phenomenalism, all right, I'm wandering through the forest and I see Barbara Eden and out of I Dream of Jeannie dancing on a rock in front of me. It looks good. They'll probably say, no, it can't be real. That can't be the real causation of an attractive woman. I must be seeing an illusion of some kind.
Right. So the question of realism when it comes to causation was a big question posed by David Hume, and Kant took an anti-Humean perspective. That's a question of ontology, realism versus phenomenalism, especially about causes. That's getting outside the scope of what I was trying to do today. Today I was trying to talk about what grounds morality. Do we need a supernatural or a human dimension to ground morality? That was what my talk was about today. Starting to talk about realism, phenomenalism in causation.
What you just said, Les, is causation, isn't it? What grounds morality? Well, that's a question of causation.
Well, maybe that's one way, but
does God cause morality? Or
right.
Okay.
And I try. All right. Looking at it in that perspective, that's what my talk was about today. Do we need to ground or look for a cause from superhuman? That's what my talk was about today. And I gave one view, a supernaturalist argument for why we don't need to. So I won't repeat my talk now. Hopefully people were there to hear it. We better get on to Ingrid because we are closing up very soon. Thanks, Stephen.
Go ahead, Ingrid.
Thank you. Is anyone else waiting still?
No.
No, because I know you said to first address what you said that before open up. I really like your talk. Thank you so much. And to don't seem too off the topic, the traffic lights, we do rely on the laws though, right? On the formalities of receiving a fine or having a camera checking your seat belt. So although there is some social encouragement and discouragement of people waving if you have some courtesy on during while driving, or people will hit the horn and yell at you to try punish you or intimidate you to don't do something that looks unsafe again, we still rely mostly on the fines to actually get people driving safely. And with morality, it's the same. There is so much that is actually regulated by law and would put people in jail or give people fines and so on. And now I believe that was very well discussed, and people brought very good examples. Even like when you said about being public or being private, even in private, actually, there is room to intervene and to safeguard the kids from those motor toys, like you were saying. So I would just like to touch on the morality that is way that could not be ruled so much on, and something very more subtle, and how that's changed with time. And I'm sorry, I got interrupted many times while you were talking, so maybe I missed what you saying about this. But this is really on my mind, and it's hard for me to don't talk about it. But so in Odyssey, in the book, the morality of the time and what wanted to be portrayed on the book was to be brave and be bold. And so being violent was nothing to be reprehended. And you would now watch a movie and see that a lot, the message there that was never in the book was about how much distress someone go through, believing in God or not. What is then the moral compass that make someone not able to confront themselves from moral mistakes that they do? And how subtle is it that some laws, moral codes that we don't perhaps explore as much as we want, and we keep on having less of those thoughts, relying on AI or whatever you guys are fancy to, if you want to just call Google, because it's all in the end part of the same thing, is alienating what can be done because it's more efficient or because it's supposedly statistically beneficial for whoever data you're collecting from, because there is AI is still not something not unbiased. I think it's naive people to say that AI will be biased, because it's still depending of how you put the data. And there is enough Nobel Prizes publishing books saying that whatever you want to say, there is no absolutely truth. Is all on the phrasing, and it's all on how you put the information together. So sorry, in this movie, he shows that the Troy horse was a completely moral or ethical. I actually very difficult for me to choose between those words. Betrayal for humanity, because you use a symbol of gift for hope and peace, and peace. Sorry, and then you use that as a war weapon, betraying any humanity that could be like underlying the underlying rule, right? A gift for peace that you use as a strategic movement in a war. And so just like we know how AI moves in a different pace, and the morality that was endorsed and betrayed on the book is not something that we would never agree at this moment. And that's why the movie needs to be completely remade to order to not be outrageous. So if it's not, so I would completely remove AI from the conversation. And if we cannot rely on each other or on a ruler, because if I'm saying, oh sorry, you maybe will argue that there is war rules as well, but I may perhaps if you want to comment, if you haven't, about how it evolves with time, and if who you will, if there is no God or no written rule for those subtleties of um, uh, embracing peace and honor in a more generic spiritual way. If it's not that, what would you attribute to how we evolve our morality, and how we also show willingness in the absence of religion want to give it away to AI?
So just on AI first, I would recommend not giving up the quest to AI and just settling on the answers it gives. As I was saying before, whatever answers the AI gives, it's the start of the conversation with moral philosophers and other interested people. But I do think what AI can bring to the table is its enormous wealth of facts in its database and pointing out biases in our own human reasoning. So I think there is value there, but it's not unquestioned value. On moral progress, Peter Singer and others have talked about the expanding circle of concern. And in my talk on human rights and the development of human rights, I do talk about how successively wider and wider groups of people have come into the orbit of our moral concern. So, in the period of serfdom, eventually serfs were given more rights. Oh, well, actually, before that, the wealthy barons were given more rights. They rebelled against the king, and the Magna Carta was one of the outputs of that. And also serfs were given some rights as well. And then more recently, abolishment of slavery, the tearing down of the institutions of apartheid in South Africa, Rhodesia, in the United States, the separation of the races, and then of course the giving of rights to women. More recently, the giving of rights to gay people and now transgender, and now of course widening even more to the giving of rights to non-human sentient animals. So as time has progressed, we've given moral consideration to an expanding circle of entities. And I think two things have played a role there. Not because we've got more knowledge from heaven, or if you're a Hegelian, we've got more knowledge from Hegel's absolute. I don't think it's come from there. One is pushback from those actual groups, like the serfs rebelling before that, the rich barons literally rebelling against the king. So it was force saying, hey, you're pissing me off because I'm living in misery and you're living a life of luxury and I'm just as important as you. So the pushback, and then same with women from the mid to late 1800s, women are getting together and pushing back against the patriarchy. And then, of course, gays starting in the 1960s onwards. So pushback from those discriminated groups. And then secondly, it was the repudiation of false facts. So with slavery and with apartheid, the idea was that blacks, natives, were like children. Literally, they were like children. They had lower cognitive ability and they couldn't manage their own lives. That was the argument against women's rights as well. They were like children and needed to be supported, helped by either white people or by men. So it was the demolishing of those false facts. Same with gay people, that it wasn't some aberration rebelling against God. Being attracted to the same sex was part of their nature. So that was the second thing, the realization of the proper facts. And the third thing was the realization that these people were suffering. I'm a human being. I suffer. Gays, blacks, women, slaves, they're suffering. They're human beings just like me, and they're suffering. Their suffering doesn't count any less because they're black or they're women any less than my suffering. So it's that notion of impartiality in ethics was being played out, coming to the fore. So there's the third factor for this, what I would call and what others would call moral progress.
Well, thank you, Les, for your presentation and for lasting the 4 hours. Yes, thank you.
Thank
Well,